Evolution of the Race Problem, 1909. Reading from W.E.B. Du Bois, selections from his writings. Editor was Bob Blaisdell. Evolution of the Race Problem, 1909. At the National Negro Conference in New York City, May 31st to June 1st, Du Bois presented this call for political action, a call that helped create the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The cost of liberty is less than the price of repression. The price of repressing the world's darker races is shown in a moral retrogression, an economic waste unparalleled since the age of the African slave trade. Those who complain that the Negro problem is always with us and apparently insoluble must not forget that under this vague and general designation are gathered many social problems and many phases of the same problem. That these problems and phases have passed through the great evolutionary circle, and that today, especially, one may clearly see a repetition, vaster but similar, of the great cycle of the past. That problem of the past, so far as the Black American was concerned, began with caste, a definite place preordained in custom, law, and religion, where all men of Black blood must be thrust. To be sure, this caste idea as applied to Blacks was no sudden, full-grown conception, for the enslavement of the workers was an idea which America inherited from Europe and was not synonymous for many years with the enslavement of the Blacks, although the Blacks were the chief workers. Men came to the idea of exclusion or exclusive Black slavery by gradually enslaving the workers, as was the world's long custom, and then gradually conceiving certain sorts of work and certain kinds of men as necessarily connected. It was, when once set up definitely in the Southern slave system, a logically cohering whole, which was the simplest social philosopher could easily grasp and state. The difficulty was it was too simple to be either just or true. Human nature is not simple, and any classification that roughly divides men into good and bad, superior and inferior, slave and free, is and must ever be ludicrously untrue and universally dangerous as a permanent, exhaustive classification. So in the Southern slave system, the thing that from the first damned it was the free Negro. The Negro legally free, the Negro economically free, the Negro spiritually free. How was the Negro to be treated and conceived of who was legally free? At first was perfect naturalness. He was treated as a man. He voted in Massachusetts and in South Carolina, in New York and Virginia. He intermarried with Black and white. He claimed and received his civil rights. All this until the cast of color was so turned as to correspond with the cast of work and to enslave not only slaves, but Black men who were not slaves. Even this system, however, was unable to ensure complete economic dependence on the part of all Black men. There were continually artisans, foremen, and skilled servants who became economically too valuable to be slaves. In vain were laws hurled at Negro intelligence and responsibility. Black men continued to hire their time and to steal some smattering of knowledge. And it was the fact that became the gravest menace to the slave system. But even legal and economic freedom was not so dangerous to slavery as the free spirit, which continually cropped out among men fated to be slaves. They thought, they dreamed, they aspired, they resisted. In vain were they beaten, sold south, and killed. The ranks were continually filled with others, and they either led revolt at home or ran away to the north. And these, by showing their human qualities, continually gave the lie to the slave assumption. Thus, it was the free Negro in these manifold phases of his appearance who hastened the economic crisis which killed slavery, and who made it impossible to make the caste of work and the caste of color correspond, and who became at once the promise and excuse of those who forced the critical revolution. Today, in larger cycle and more intricate detail, we are passing through certain phases of a similar evolution. Today, we have the caste idea, again, not a sudden full conception, but one being insidiously but consciously and persistently pressed upon the nation. The steps toward it which are being taken are, first, political disenfranchisement, then vocational education with the distinct idea of narrowing to the uttermost the vocations in view, and finally, curtailment of civil freedom of travel, association, and entertainment in systemic effort to instill contempt and kill self-respect. Here then is the new slavery of Black men in America, a new attempt to make degradation of social condition correspond with certain physical characteristics, not to be sure fully realized as yet, and probably unable for reasons of social development ever to become as systematized as the economic and physical slavery of the past, and yet realized to an extent almost unbelievable by those who have not taken the pains to study the facts, to an extent which makes the lives of thinking Black men in this land a perpetual martyrdom. But right here, as in the past, stands in the path of this idea the figure of this same thinking Black man, this new freedom, this freedman again, as in the past, presents himself as free in varying phases. There is the free Black voter of the North and border states, whose power is far more tremendous than ever, or excuse me, than even he dare think so, that he is afraid to use it. There is the Black man who has accomplished economic freedom and who, by working himself into the vast industrial development of the nation, is today accumulating property at a rate that is simply astounding. And finally, there is the small but growing number of Black men emerging into spiritual freedom and becoming participators and freemen of the kingdom of culture, around which it is so singularly difficult to set metes and bounds, and who in art, science, and literature are making their modest but ineffaceable mark. I think that word is ineffaceable mark. Ineffaceable mark. INEFFACEEABLE. I love that inclusion that he put for those in that third, the Black men emerging into a spiritual freedom and becoming participators and freemen of the kingdom of culture, around which it is so singularly difficult to set metes and bounds, and who in art, science, and literature are making their modest but ineffaceable mark. The question is, what is the significance of this group of men for the future of the caste program and for the future social development of America? In order to answer this question intelligently, let us retrace our steps and follow more carefully the details of the proposed program of renewed caste in America. This program, when one comes to define and state it, is elusive. There are even those who deny its existence as a definite, consciously conceived plan of action. But certain it is, there is growing unanimity, 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 I cannot do that word. UNANA, it's like anonymity, it's like anime is inside of it. Unanimity, MITY, UNANIMITY, 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 but uncertain it is, there is growing unanimity of a peculiar sort of certain matters. Then he says it again. And this unanimity is centering about three propositions. I can't get this word and it's making me want to look it up now. This nigga can't be that smart in 1909 that he got words that I don't know what they mean in 2023. I can't even pronounce this word, man. This mug is difficult. This dude got words. I'm telling you, some of these words, like I thought I had words. Like I remember when Pops used to do the if you're bored, read dictionary and do all of that as a disciplinary action. But holy Jesus, he put this word together. I'm almost feeling like my mom used to say about Jesse Jackson. Now, you know, it ain't no word. You made that word up yourself. You put these words together. Like, I know they were well studied, but you done got so smart. You done stumped B1 brother Moses. Like, I don't even know where to begin to break this word down a little bit. I messed up my whole meeting. I done messed up my whole live stream on this one. I done messed up my whole word. I messed it all up with this one word. All right, I'll get back to it. I am on page 109. Evolution of the Race Problem is what we're reading. W.E.B. Du Bois. Unanimity. UNANIMITY. I'm going to have to look this one up after the fact, but yeah, that one is amazing. And this unanimity, unanimity, is centering about three propositions. One, that it was a mistake to give Negroes the ballot. Two, that Negroes are essentially an inferior race. Three, that the only permanent settlement of the race problem will be open and legal recognition of this inferiority. With now a modern nation condemns 10 million of its fellows to such a state or such a fate, it would be supposed that this conclusion has been reluctantly forced upon them after a careful study and weighing of the facts. This, however, is not the case in the Negro problem. On the contrary, there has been manifest a singular reluctance and indisposition carefully to study the Negro problem. Ask the average American, why should the ballot have been withheld from the Negro? And he will answer, because he wasn't fit for it. But that is not a sufficient answer. First, because few newly enfranchised groups of the most successful democracies have been fit for the ballot when it was first given. And secondly, because there were Negroes in the United States fit for the ballot in 1870. Moreover, the political philosophy that condemns out the hand, the 15th Amendment, does not often stop to think that the problem before the American nation 1865 to 1870 was not a simple problem of fixing the qualification of voters. It was, on the contrary, the immensely more complicated problem of enforcing a vast social and economic revolution on a people determined not to submit to it. Whenever a moral reform is forced on a people from without, there ensue complicated and tremendous problems. Whether that reform is the correction of the abuse of alcohol, the abolition of child labor, or the emancipation of slaves. That enforcement of such a reform will strain every nerve of the nation. And the real question is not, is it a good thing to strain the framework of the nation, but rather, is slavery so dangerous a thing that the sudden enfranchisement of the ex-slaves is too great a price to pay for its abolition? To be sure, there are those who profess to think that the white South, of its own initiative after the war, with the whole of the wealth, intelligence, and lawmaking power in its hands, would have freely emancipated its slaves in obedience to a decree from Washington. Excuse me, I'll rerun it. To be sure, there are those who profess to think that the white South, of its own initiative after the war, with the whole of wealth, intelligence, and lawmaking power in its hands, would have freely emancipated its slaves in obedience to a decree from Washington, just as there are those who would entrust the regulation of the whiskey traffic to saloon keepers and the bettering of the conditions of child labor to the employers. It is no attack on the South or on salon keepers or on employers to say that such a reform from such a source is unthinkable. It is simply human nature that men trained to a social system or condition should be the last to be entirely entrusted with its reformation. It was, then, not the Emancipation Proclamation, but the 15th Amendment that made slavery impossible in the United States. And those that object to the 15th Amendment have simply this question to answer: which was best, slavery or ignorant Negro voters? The answer is clear as day. Negro voters never did anything as bad as slavery. If they were guilty of all the crimes charged to them by the wildest enemies, even then what they did was less dangerous, less evil, and less cruel than the system of slavery, whose death knell they struck. They use this word Knell. It's like nail, but kneel or something along those lines. And they'll put that word at the beginning, middle, and end of their sentence. Whose death knell they struck. And when, in addition to this, we remember that the Black voters of the South established the public schools, gave the poor whites the ballot, modernized the penal code, and put on the statute books of the South page after page of legislation that still stands today. When we remember this, we have a right to conclude that the 15th Amendment was a wise and far-sighted piece of statesmanship. But today, the men who oppose the right of Negroes to vote are no longer doing so on ground of ignorance. and with good reason. For today, a majority of the appreciable majority of the black men of the South, 21 years of age and over, who can read and write. In other words, the bottom has been clean knocked out of their ignorance argument, and yet the fact has elicited scarcely a loud remark. Indeed, when black men are continually puzzled by the easy, almost unconscious way in which our detractors change their ground. Before emancipation, it was stated and reiterated with bitter emphasis and absolute confidence that a free Negro would prove to be a shiftless scamp, a barbarian, and a cannibal, reverting to savagery and doomed to death. We forget today that from 1830 to 1860, there was not a statement made by the masters of slaves more often reiterated than this, and more dogmatically and absolutely stated. After emancipation for 20 years and more, so many people looked for the fulfillment of the prophecy that many actually saw it. And we heard and we kept hearing, and now and then still hear that the Negro today is worse off than in slavery days. Then, as this statement grew less and less plausible, its place came to be taken by other assumptions. When a Louisiana senator saw the first Negro school, he stopped and said, "This is the climax of foolishness. The Negro could not be educated. He could imitate like a parrot, but could not develop mental development. Real mental development was impossible." Let me read that again. The Negro school. Let me read that one more time. When a Louisiana senator saw the first Negro, I need this whole thing right here because this is like Candace Owens and the all of them. This is a whole lot of people. It behooves me to argue against the radical black conservatives because they like Larry Elder, who and they also they like a couple of cats, but Larry Elder is one of them. They also like a very old school cat, Thomas. They like Walter Williams. They rest this idea that keeps saying we were better before the 1960s. And again, it's like the same idea that W.E.B. Du Bois was pointing out in 1909 when they kept, we're arguing against black progression by saying the stupidest things. Like they said, if you allow black people to vote, that's like wasting it. What do they vote for? Why are you creating a school like black people educating a parrot? It can repeat, but it doesn't have the mental development or the mental faculties to be a full human. So all of these arguments that keep trying to make black out to be super inferior, they're redundant. There's a more dangerous space that it was one thing to just make a Step and Fetchit character the buffoon, but even to the utmost regard, the mammy was still held with a sense of respectability politics. But now that that face is put on the black woman is degrading as it's put on the black man. The children, if you can't, the men are to protect themselves and their families, and if the men fails to protect the woman who was rearing and protecting the children, our children will continue to be at risk, and these issues continue to perpetuate themselves. It's not a full-fledged framework, but they keep making these same detracting arguments against black intelligence, against black just prerogatives in general. And so this is W.E.B. Du Bois in 1909. And listen again to some of the arguments that we hear today, because people are saying that it was better in the 1920s. And he is saying to me, this is what I get out of this paragraph. That's the same type of argument that they were using. Now, he was in the 1920s, and this was written in 1909, and it's pointing out that same type of loop drill. So let's go one time. Indeed, we Black men are continually puzzled by the easy, almost unconscious way in which our detractors change their ground. Before emancipation, it was stated and reiterated with bitter emphasis and absolute confidence that a free Negro would prove to be a shiftless scamp, a barbarian, and a cannibal, reverting to savagery and doomed to death. We forget today that from 1830 to 1860, so Trail of Tears through the Civil War, there there was not a statement made by the master of slaves more often reiterated than this, and more dogmatically and absolutely stated. After emancipation, for 20 years and more, so many people looked for the fulfillment of the prophecy that many actually saw it, and we heard and kept hearing, and now and then still hear. Oh, and every now and then still hear that the Negro today is worse off than in slavery days. Let me slow it all the way down. They think that it's the fulfillment of the prophecy that many actually saw it, and we heard and kept hearing, and now and then we still hear that the Negro today is worse off than in slavery days. Then, as this statement grew less and less plausible, its place came to be taken by other assumptions. When a Louisiana senator saw the first Negro school, he stopped and said, "This is the climax of foolishness." The Negro could not be educated. He could imitate like a parrot, but real mental development was impossible. Then, when Negroes did learn some things, it was said that education spoiled them. They can learn, but it does them no practical good. The young educated Negroes become criminals. They neither save nor work. They are shiftless and lazy. Now, today, are coming uncomfortable facts for this theory. The generation now working and saving is postbellum, and yet no sooner does it come on the stage than accumulated property goes on at an accelerated pace so far as we have measurements. In Georgia, the increase of property among Negroes in the last 10 years, again, this is 1909, has been 83%. But no sooner do facts like these come to the fore than again the ground of opposition subtly shifts. And this last shifting has been so gradual and so insidious that the Negro and his friends are still answering arguments that are no longer being pushed. The most subtle enemies of democracy and the most persistent advocates of the color line admit almost contemptuously most that their forebears strenuously denied. The Negroes have progressed since slavery. They are accumulating some property. Some of them work readily and they are susceptible of elementary training. But they say all thought of treating Black men like white men must be abandoned. They are an inferior stock of men, limited in attainment by nature. You cannot legislate against nature, and philanthropy is powerless against deficient cerebral development. You cannot legislate against nature, and philanthropy is powerless against deficient cerebral development. I'm gonna just go with deficient. Final answer. Deficient cerebral development. He was saying some heavy things back in 1909. I'm gonna keep going. Du Bois. To realize the full weight of this argument, recall to mind a character like John Brown and contrast his attitude with the attitude of today. John Brown loved his neighbor as himself. He could not endure, therefore, to see his neighbor poor, unfortunate or oppressed. This natural sympathy was strengthened by a saturation in Hebrew religion, which stressed the personal responsibility of every man's soul to a just God. To this religion of equality and sympathy with misfortune was added the strong influence of social doctrines of the French Revolution, with its emphasis on freedom and power in political life. French Revolution, I want to go into a conversation about that later, and we can start talking like states' rights and how that was an ideal framework, and then contrast that with the French Revolution and the might of force to impose that. Um, the French Revolution with its emphasis on freedom and power in political life. And on all this was built John Brown's own, I definitely don't know this word, Inchoate, Inchoate, Inchoate. And on all this was built John Brown's own inchoate, but growing belief in a juster and more equal distribution of property. There's another word. I might as well just start dropping them in the chat and we can look them up and have a conversation about it. I don't know all of these words. I'm going to just let that be known. I can't enunciate or pronounce all of these words. 1909, he was on that. I ain't gonna lie, he was on that. All right, I'll keep going. All right, so now he's bringing in John Brown as a comparison. John Brown may have been like famous in the 1900s or the late 1800s to them, so as a historical character reference. And then he may have been somebody that followed the Hebrew religion, and so he's using that and the Hebrew religion as a context here. So that's pretty dope. I like how he brought it in. It's kind of like celebrity that we do today, mentioning somebody who people might know of, and then the juxtaposition is look at their behaviors and then make your statement. So that's where he's at, talking about John Brown. All right. Up to the time of John Brown's death, this doctrine was excuse me, let me go back one more. From all of this, John Brown concluded and acted on that conclusion that all men created free and equal, and that the cost of liberty was less than the price of repression. Up to the time of John Brown's death, this doctrine was a growing, conquering social thing. Since then, there has come a change, and many would rightly find reason for that change in the coincidence that the year John Brown suffered martyrdom was the year that first published The Origin of Species, 1859. Since that day, tremendous scientific and economic advance has been accompanied by distinct signs of moral change in social philosophy. Strong arguments have been made for the fostering of war, the social utility of human degradation and disease, and the inevitable and known inferiority of certain classes of and races of men. While such arguments have not stopped the efforts of the advocates of peace, the workers of social uplift, the believers in human brotherhood, they have, it must be confessed, often made their voices falter and tinged their arguments with apology. Why is this? Is it because the splendid scientific work of Darwin, Wiseman, Galton, and others has been widely and popularly interpreted as meaning that there is such essential and inevitable inequality among men and the races of men as no philanthropy can or ought to eliminate? That civilization is a struggle for existence whereby the weaker nations and individuals will gradually succumb and the strong will inherit the earth. With this interpretation has gone the silent assumption that the white European stock represents the strong surviving peoples and that the swarthy yellow and black peoples are the ones rightly doomed to eventual extinction. One can easily see what influence such a doctrine would have on the race problem in America. It meant moral revolution in the attitude of the nation. Those that stepped into the pathway marked by the early abolitionists faltered, and large numbers turned back. They said, those ancestors we're referring to now, they said they were good men, even great, but they have no message for us today. John Brown was a belated Covenanter. William Lloyd Garrison was an anachronism. I don't know that. It looked like anarchy, but it's mixed. I'm going to just spell it out like I've been doing, and then we're going to keep pushing forward. I ain't even going to act like I know what this word means. Anachronism. Anachronism. I'm going to go with anachronism. Final answer, although I don't know how it even applies. Let me start this whole one over, this whole sentence. They said they were good men, even great, but they have no message for us today. John Brown was a belated Covenanter. William Lloyd Garrison was an anachronism in the age of Darwin. Many who gave their lives to lift not the unlifted, but the unliftable. We have, consequently, the present reaction, a reaction which says, in effect, keep these Black people in their places and do not attempt to treat a Negro simply as a white man with a black face. To do this would mean moral deterioration of the race and nation, a fate against which a divine racial prejudice is successfully fighting. This is the attitude of the larger portion of the thinking nation today. It is not, however, an attitude that has brought mental rest or social peace. On the contrary, it is today involving a degree of moral strain and political and social anomaly that gives the wisest pause. The chief difficulty has been that the natural place in which, by scientific law, the Black race in America should stay cannot easily be determined. To be sure, the freedmen did not, as the philanthropist of the 60s apparently expected, step in 40 years from slavery to 19th century civilization. They didn't step in 40 years from slavery to 19th century civilization. Neither, on the other hand, did they, as the ex-masters confidently predicted, retrograde and die. Contrary to both of these views, they chose a third and apparently quite unawaited way. From the great, sluggish, almost imperceptibly moving mass, they sent off larger and larger numbers of faithful workmen and artisans, some merchants and professional men, even men of educational ability and discernment. They developed in a generation no world geniuses, no millionaires, no captains of industry, no artists of fine ranks, but they did in 40 years get rid of the larger part of their illiteracy, accumulate $500 million in property in small homesteads, and gain now and then respectful attention in the world's ears and eyes. It has been, this dude said, $500 million in property in 1909. It has been argued that this progress of the Black man in America is due to the exceptional men among them and does not measure the ability of the mass. Such admission is, however, fatal to the whole argument. If the doomed races of men are going to develop exceptions to the rule of inferiority, then no law, scientific or moral, should or can prescribe the race as such. To meet this difficulty in racial philosophy, a step has been taken in America fraught with the gravest social consequences to the world and threatening not simply the political, but the moral integrity of the nation. That step is to deny, in the case of Black men, the validity of those evidences of culture, ability, and decency, which are accepted unquestionably in the case of other people, and by vague assertion, unprovable assumption, unjust emphasis, and now and then by deliberate untruth to secure not only the continued prescription of these people, but by caste distinction to shut in the faces of their rising classes many of the paths to further advance. When a social policy based on the supposed scientific sanction leads to such a moral anomaly, it is time to examine rather carefully the logical foundations of the argument. And so soon we do this, so many things are clear. First, assuming that there are certain stocks of human beings whose elimination the best welfare of the world demands. It is certainly questionable if these stocks include the majority of mankind, and it is indefensible and monstrous to pretend that we know today with any reasonable certainty which these stocks are. We can point to degenerate individuals and families here and there among all races, but there is not the slightest warrant for assuming that there do not exist among the Chinese and Hindus, the African Bantus, and American Indians as lofty possibilities of human culture as any European race has ever exhibited. It is, to be sure, puzzling to know why the Sudan should linger 1,000 years in culture behind the valley of the Sinai. But it is no more puzzling than the fact that the valley of the Thames, or the Thames River, was miserably backward as compared to the banks of the Tiber, and some would argue of the banks of the Nile. Climate, human contact, facilities of communication, and what we call accident have played great part in the rise of culture among nations. To ignore these is to assert dogmatically that the present distribution of culture is a fair index of the distribution of human ability. And it deserts, I almost have to these words, and does and desert is to make an assertion for which there is not the slightest scientific warrant. They be using them words, man. I can see why he was willing to debate some of the top minds. He literally had them words. In 1909, there is no lie that he had them words. Like the alliteration of like making it a desert, like they're like you're trying to make other civilizations in a cultural desert, comparing them to the European nations just by the logical fallacy that white people are better, that there is a white supremacy, that the people of Europe have done anything that is significantly greater than the peoples of other civilizations. And so he is whooping that argument down, I mean, to its very core. I mean, and when he used that word desert right there, it threw me because it was like a different form of alliteration. He's using facts and name dropping like the African Bantus, the American Indians. Those are contrasts here in the American experience when they're telling us as an identity, we might fall between both of those if we trace our descent, if we keep going back and back. But was it necessary to say or? It only became or as we started to adopt the fallacy that was European as a class standard and a caste system based around what Europeans were writing and trying to tell the world. In America, we could see the very difference. We could see the uneducated whites who were not, I guess, building schools and things, but a free society that could operate without saying swarthy or non-swarthy, would just say, what is the value of building a school? What is the economic value? And a racist mind would say swarthy is uneducatable. Swarthy has inherent um, mental disorder, I guess, as compared to the standard, which would be other groups. And so they could find privilege and try to base it on science, saying other groups are this, that, and the third. But even in 1909, he first said it was a distraction, and now he's going into some of the deeper ramifications of it. And when he said a desert, to say that they are a desert, like an unusable culture, like what they're creating is just unusable, that is a lie. He really was breaking it down. So I'm gonna get back into it. Once again, he's using them words. Some of these I may be pronouncing wrong, and then again, it just depends on where you're at. I'm from California, so regardless of how I say it, somebody has an accent and they might have said it different. So I'm gonna just keep trying to read it through, and then we're gonna get through this. I'm on page 115 now. All right. He said it said, which there is not the slightest scientific warrant, but just because they're saying Darwin and they're saying other social philosophers said a certain thing from a context of where they were saying it, black bad, white good, white superior, black inferior, did not make it science. He said that earlier, and then he's talking about it from the contrast of the Europeans. But then he said African Bantus, American Indians. He's talking about the different rivers, or the people who are the cultures, the people who like the Mississippi, like people, the Mississippi. There were people there. So do we just call them the Mississippians? We say like a grave site, but the mounds, the burial mounds, or the how do you celebrate the dead, or ceremonial rituals? What rituals existed as a sign of civilization? Only saying, well, white people, white was, he was whooping that down by contrast to other civilizations and such. All right, now, so I'm gonna move forward. So too, the doctrine of human equality passes through the fire of scientific inquiry, not obliterated by transfigured, not equality of present attainment, but equality of opportunity for unbounded future attainment is the rightful demand of mankind. What now does the present hegemony of the white races threaten? It threatens by the means of brute force a survival of some of the worst stocks of mankind. It attempts to people the best part of the earth and put in absolute authority over the rest, not only and indeed not mainly the culture of Europe, but its greed and degradation. Not only some representatives of the best stocks of the West End of London, Upper New York, and the champs Ulysses or Ulysses, but also, and in as large, if not larger numbers, the worst stocks of Whitechapel, the East Side, and Montmartre, wherever that is, Montmartre. So somewhere in Europe, there is a place, Montmartre. And I get what he's trying to say. Champs Elysees, Whitechapel, the East Side, and Montmartre. But just to say that Europeans are the height and others are the inferior, they were also bringing in those who were um, of the worst stock of their own, and by mere because they are white. Let me go on and just let him do it in his word. Well, my voice, his words. Montmartre. And it attempts to make the slums of white society, in all cases and under all circumstances, the superior of any colored group, no matter what its ability or culture. It attempts to put the intelligent, property holding, efficient Negroes of the South under the heels and at an absolute mercy of such constituencies as Tillman, Vitamin, and Jeff Davis represent. He wasn't just name dropping. He put the numbers and the annotation at the bottom. Benjamin Tillman, 1847 1918, was a notorious white supremacist. He served as governor of South Carolina from 1890 to 1894, and then as a United States senator. James K. Vardaman, 1861 to 1930, was another unusually loathsome racist politician. He served as governor of Mississippi from 1904 to 1908 and became a United States senator in 1903 and 1913. Jefferson Davis, who we should know of, Jeff Davis, as he called him, was the former senator for Mississippi and Secretary of War of the United States who betrayed his country for the cause of slavery interests and served as president of the Confederate States of America during the Civil War. To be sure, his outrageous program of wholesale human degeneration is not outspoken, yet saved the backward civilizations of the southern United States, South Africa, and Australia. But its enunciation is listened to with respect and tolerance in England, Germany, and the northern states, and nowhere with more, this dude and this word, equanimity. So that same word from earlier, UN, but now he put EQ in front of it. So equal and then it's not going to happen. Equal EQUANIMITY. Somebody please put that mug in the chat so we can look it up later. We were dealing with it when it was not equal earlier. EQUANIMITY. Equanimity. Then right here in New York, and by those very persons who accuse philanthropy with seeking to degenerate white blood by an infiltration of colored strains. Appreciate you, L. Boog. He hitting them right in their head with this one. As a tragic mulatto, he is hitting them right in the head. He is not carrying punches when he is talking about the evolution of the race problem. And when the Negroes of the South started making their way north, and it became an issue of, well, they're going to try to breed us out in this pure white blood. This is 1909, before the rise of that Hitlerism that Candace Owens Farmer is so equanimity, and it's so, because she then went and married in as the black woman, she could produce children that in my eyes I would still say that they are black, but he's using an alliteration of John Brown, a Hebrew, that says those wouldn't be black children because Candace Owens Farmer is a black woman, but the children are the result of the father. So she, who benefits from that Northern English philanthropy and the Eurocentric, can say, well, there is no inferiority complex. Black men just need to pull themselves up. Well, on the contrary, the masses of people don't pull themselves up. The masses of people just are not pulling themselves up. What democratic or non other than democratic society do you think the masses pull themselves up? What do you consider up? That happens. People find attainment in such, in the argument that he's making, and I think he's doing so very well, is that saying that putting an all-encompassing blanket over, I guess, the Negro was an improbable rationale, but that people were more or less just accepting it as a way of, I don't know, they're just to be comfortable with the race question as a social acceptance, a way of accepting race in society. but it never really resolved what their contempt was with racism. And I think this dude was actually onto something, especially the way he started name dropping even then. And he was saying to this day in 1909. But we got a little bit more. Let's see. One, two. We got 2 pages to go front back. Let's get back into it. To be sure, this outrageous program of wholesale human degeneration is not outspoken, yet save in the backward civilizations of the southern United States, South Africa, and Australia. But its enunciation is listened to with respect and tolerance in England, Germany, and the northern states, and nowhere with more equanimity than right here in New York, by those very persons who accuse philanthropy with seeking to degenerate white blood by an infiltration of colored strains. And the average citizen is voting ships and guns to carry out this program. The average citizen, I gotta say it again, is voting ships and guns to carry out this program. And he calls out South Africa, Australia, New York, linking them all, comparing it to the white supremacist South, and them saying it was white philanthropy of the North. But we know what happened with Germany after 1909, and we know what happened in Germany in the 1930s. We know what happened in the 40s, and we know what happened in the 50s with that mentality as it permeated around the world. We know what happened. We do know what happened. This movement gathered force and strengthened during the latter half of the 19th century, which is the 1800s, 1890s, and reached its culmination when France, Germany, and England and Russia began the partition of China and the East. A lot of people say the partition of Africa and the Berlin Conference and all of that. But W.E.B. Du Bois in 1909 was hitting them with something different. He told them it was the partition of China and the East by those European nations. We only want to think about it from the lens of blackness. But he was speaking in yellow, and we let it go right over our heads. As they carved up brown in Africa, they carved up China. And so what was going to happen in America? Let's keep going. Hey, he was on to something in 1909. He said we was at $500 million in land and property in 1909. $1 billion. Talking about this program. He said they made it about voting. They said, well, why do him voting? They were voting in 1870, is what W.E.B. Du Bois said. He said, we know it's not about whether or not they're just voting or not. It's not just a voting right thing, this 15th Amendment. Hey, he was whooping them. All right, so let's keep going. This movement gathered force and strength during the latter half of the 19th century and reached its culmination when France, Germany, and England and Russia began the partition of China and the East. With the sudden self-assertion of Japan, its wildest dreams collapsed. But it is still today a living, viral, potent force and motive, and the most subtle and dangerous enemy of the world peace and the dream of human brotherhood. Yeah, because they ended up dropping a nuclear weapon on Japan. So for him to have said that in 1909, and then America turns around, drops that bomb on them while claiming world peace and the dream of human brotherhood. That is crazy. Page 116, W.E. Du Bois, selections from his writings edited by Bob Blasdale. Evolution of the race problem. It has a whole vocabulary of its own. The strong races, superior peoples, race preservation, the struggle for survival, and a peculiar use of the word white. And by this, it means the right of white men of any kind to club blacks into submission, to make them surrender their wealth, and to use their women, and to submit to their dictation of white men without murmur, for the sake of being swept off the fairest portions of the earth, or held there in perpetual serfdom or guardianship. Ignoring the fact that the era of physical struggle for survival has passed away among human beings, and that there is plenty of room accessible on earth for all. This theory makes the possession of Krupp guns the main criterion of mental stamina and moral fitness. Even argued with this morality of the club and every advantage of modern culture, the white races have been unable to possess the earth. Many signs of degeneracy have appeared among them. Their birth rate is falling. He said this in 1909. Ain't he? Ain't he sugar? He said it in 1909. Their birth rate is falling. Their average ability is not increasing. Their physical stamina is impaired. Their social condition is not reassuring, and their religion is a growing mass of transparent and self-confessed hypocrisy. Lacking the physical ability to take possession of the world, they are today fencing in America, Australia, and South Africa, and declaring that no dark race shall occupy or develop the land which they themselves are unable to use. And all this on the plea that their stock is threatened with deterioration from without, when in fact its most dangerous fate is deterioration from within. We are, in fact, today repeating in our intercourse between races all the former evils of class injustice, unequal taxation, and rigid caste. Individual nations outgrew these fatal things by breaking down the horizontal barriers between classes. We are bringing them back by seeking to erect vertical barriers between races. Men were told that abolition of compulsory class distinction meant leveling down, degradation, disappearance of culture and genius, and the triumph of the white mob, of the mob. And as a matter of fact, it has been the salvation of the European civilization. Some deterioration and leveling there was, but it was more than balanced by the discovery of new reservoirs of ability and strength. So today, we are told that free racial contact, or social equality, as Southern patois has it, means contamination of blood and lowering of ability and culture. That contamination of blood, the way that he talks about it like that, race mixing or sex with black people, sex with a black woman or sex with a black man, is going to produce an inferior stock than the same way they say sex with anything other than a black man can produce a superior stock. It is like ridiculous that these conversations are the ones that we linger on. But it was the tragic mulatto who spoke about this in 1909. He was the result of that same type of, if we inbreed or if we don't inbreed, what is the result? And intercourse, he uses it with its duality. Are we talking political conversation, just a human having a conversation, or the actual reproductive intercourse? He's using them both, as well as he's using the religious and calling some Hebrews and then calling the others their religion. He can talk about Christianity, but he doesn't necessarily make it a European religion. He was like, Christianity was not their religion. It was meant to be the salvation for the whites, but yet they cannot execute it the same way they can't execute dominance. They don't have the physical traits to survive and conquer the world. Everywhere they go, they try to put in a caste system that it's only up to the people who are being subjugated to said caste system to accept. But it fails everywhere. Today we look at America and we don't see America democracy as being $33 trillion, the opposite of wealthy. We don't see it as debt, as we owe $33 trillion. We think that American democracy and capitalism is on the positive side, like we have $33 trillion in surplus. And so the average American is looking at America and saying America is good as a capitalist nation because of the reverse. They don't understand. And if you keep having a conversation with white people, thinking white people good, white people superior, then we don't see that the debt, 33 or hundreds of, like when we really say unfunded debt and all of that, but when we look at what they report, the national debt, it's trillions in the opposite. That there are other societies whose debt and how much they produce as a society is not nearly as bad as America. But because in America we have a tendency to do the opposite, like we were the country that nuked another country, Japan. And he was talking about that even in 1909. So as long as we can accept these greater degrees of negative, then we would think that Europe and the European societies are doing the right thing by voting more bullets. He said the latest, and then he name dropped the brand of guns then. So today we're talking about rappers who are talking about drill rap, and we're saying culturally that's degenerative. We're talking about killing each other. Again, you'll go back into it, and once the society that is being subjected to it, or once the culture of the people accept their subjugation, then it starts to it gets worse. Do you see that we are rejecting it, or do you see that as a society we are accepting it? As a society today, are we accepting those fallacies in argument? Are we accepting might is right, which is if we have the best branded nuclear armed arsenals, then we are strong? Or do we reject that and say that our strength is not in the ability to destroy Japan? They hit them with a nuke, but there are still Japanese. There are people who still celebrate their Japanese culture, and there are people who still celebrate, like, even the cartoons the Japanese put out, Japanese anime. They celebrate it, and it's an intricate part of their life. They can talk about it end upon end the same way I might be able to talk about politics. The way some people think they could talk about the economy, like Walter Williams, they think he was a great economist. I say, how? How was Walter Williams a great economist? What did he talk about the economy? He was a social philosopher like the rest of these people who look at society and take all of these interdisciplines and then complain about white people. And then Walter Williams and Thomas Sowell, they turned around and started complaining about black people. and they made it their calling for the rest of their life to complain about the condition of black people, saying we were better off under conditions of slavery. So I let somebody else who was alive during those times. Well, he wasn't alive during the slavery part. Let me see. I think he was one of them born after. I'm pretty sure he was one of them born afterwards. 1868. So yeah, he was in the war part. So depending on your level of acceptance. But yeah. But in any event, we're almost done, so I'm gonna get back to it. I am so ready to get into my conversation about the W.E.B. Du Bois conversation. You see, it's coming out, but I gotta let the author get his sentiments out as they are written to the best of my ability, despite not being, I'm. Whew, these words though. He putting words on paper, man. He wrote this. All right, so where was I? The Krupp guns, excuse me. The possession of the Krupp guns was the main criterion of mental stamina, not if their physical bodies could survive the conditions of the sun or of conditions of work. And so if you can get other people to do all the conditions of actual work to where your body, which the sun, everywhere you're going in the world, is telling you that you can't reproduce, how is that the superior stock, the one that the sun is killing? And they're trying to argue science that is the superior stock, but every swarthy or brown or yellow or colored people in the world are surviving and have been there and now are just pulling out artifacts that say we've been here forever, ever, it seems. But we're going under this assumption that European, what does that even mean? So it started getting deep. They just say, oh, white people. What do you mean? And so, oh, just don't date black. I just don't date black. Okay, we'll say that, because there's all forms of light-skinned and yellow and other swarthy people of the world that you might want to find yourself interested in. Are you saying you just don't date American black men? Because that's the thing. You can get as specific as you want to, because it's ridiculous to lay this blanket assumption on these whole people. But we have these conversations in public as if they mean something. This is over 100 years where he's saying it. I'll read it in his words again. Even armed with this morality of club and every advantage of modern culture. So they justified killing people. They justify, well, if I can kill you, that makes me a better stock than you. Their ability to kill alone became what was glorified and iconic in the world. But we talk shit about drill rappers. We think that drill rappers are a degenerate sign of culture. No, they're representing American culture. Y'all think that America is the most beautiful in the world. But if you compare it capitalism wise, it's failing. That debt is the negative of a surplus. Surplus shows that capitalism is doing well. A deficit shows that capitalism is failing. And we're failing to the tune of trillions, not just billions. Like in 1909, he said the blacks in America were at 500 million with a B. So we're still talking millions. I can imagine if as a society we were comfortable being 100 million in debt, but we were still producing a good GDP. I could even, because we are American, I can say that being 100 billion in debt would be okay because we're still generating a higher GDP. We are trillions with a T in debt. But people keep saying capitalism, America, good, 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 doing well, 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 democracy, winning, winning, winning. White superior, white superior, white superior. So why are they getting it wrong? When they put themselves in a majority position of the political opinions and disallowed diversity and inclusion inside of a very nation that has so many cultures in it already. The American Indian, they already give you a lot of rich culture inside of just saying, well, if we look at the tribes or whatever of the American Indians, however they want to put it, the nations, if they want to consider themselves whole nations, just inside the American Indian, they didn't want to include black or the swarthy yellows of the Chinese. We just thought they were Chinese, but okay, Asian, the Asiatics. And so now we have a society that says, what about what they would some argue Spanish or Latin, but they get very cold and callous. They just say Mexicans. So if you don't want the black, you don't want the brown, Mexican, or however they want to say it, Latin, Spanish, and you don't want the however they say it, Asian, Chinese, all you're saying is white, white, white. I think at some point they have to break down their white, or they're just talking gibberish. If you want to discriminate against whole groups of blacks for whatever reason, I'll just give you one, say Black American, and then go take your pick on a light-skinned brother somewhere else if that's what you really want. If you don't want any swarthy, yellow, Mexican, none of that, I think the context is saying the generalized program, or how do you make it so broad, has to be one that's inclusive, because by default you will render yourself obsolete. I'm gonna let him keep going though. It's too hard to not talk about it though, because he going in. He said men were told that abolition of compulsory class distinctions, the abolition of compulsory class distinctions. Like, well, if we just stop talking about race, it will go away. No, it won't. You will still have people on broad spectrums who say that one is superior to the other. You will. And then he goes on to say, we are in fact today repeating in our intercourse between races all the former evils of class injustice, unequal taxation, and rigid caste. Individual nations outgrew these fatal things by breaking down the horizontal barriers between classes. We are bringing them back by seeking to erect vertical barriers between races. He's using that language that's right in the middle. Like when you say erect and then barriers, are you talking about condoms? When you wear condoms, or use birth control? Birth control as a political thing, I would say. Then the Spaniards raped our indigenous people and produced those Mexican people. Those are their descendants. Talk that talk. He said some deterioration and leveling there was, but it was more than balanced by the discovery of new reservoirs of ability and strength. So today we are told that free racial contact, or social equality, as Southern patois has it, means contamination of blood and lowering of ability and culture. It need mean nothing of the sort. Abolition of class distinction does not mean universal intermarriage of stocks, but rather the survival of the fittest by peaceful, personal, and social selection. A selection all the more effective because free democracy and equality of opportunity allow the best to rise to their rightful place. The same is true in racial contact. The abolition of the lines of vertical race distinction and their tearing away involves fewer chances of degradation and greater opportunities of human betterment than in the case of class lines. On the other hand, the persistence in racial distinctions spells disaster sooner or later. The earth is growing smaller and more accessible. Race contact will become in the future increasingly inevitable, not only in America, Asia, and Africa, but even in Europe. The color line will mean not simply a return to the absurdities of class as exhibited in the 16th and 17th centuries, but even to the caste of ancient days. This, however, the Japanese, the Chinese, the East Indian, and the Negroes are going to resent in just such proportion as they gain the power. And they are gaining the power, and they cannot be kept from gaining more power. The price of repression will then be hypocrisy and slavery and blood. This is the problem of today. And when he says blood, some people are continuing to go towards the violent part of it. So violent is great, just like the arming of men to go do the bidding of war. But blood is also in the expansion of family to be inclusive without grape, the accepting of other cultures without the need for politics, but just because they are humans. All right, so let me get back into it. Page 118. This is the problem of today. And what is its mighty answer? It is this great word. The cost of liberty is less than the price of regression. Excuse me. The cost of liberty is less than the price of repression with a P. The price of repressing the world's darker races is shown in a moral retrogression, an economic waste unparalleled since the age of the African slave trade. I'm pretty sure I read that one. Oh, so he is like me. I am too much like this dude when it comes to thinking. He goes all the way back into exactly what he said, and he says it again. Unparalleled since the age of the African slave trade. What would be the cost of liberty? What would be the cost of giving the great ox of mankind every reasonable help and incentive to self-develop? Opening the avenues of opportunity freely, spreading knowledge, suppressing war and cheating, and treating men and women as equals the world over, whenever and wherever they attain equality. It would cost something. It would cost something in pride and prejudice, for eventually many a white man would be blacking black men's boots. Ouch. It would cost something in pride and prejudice, for eventually many a white man would be blacking black men's boots. But this cost we may ignore. Its greatest cost would be the new problems of racial intercourse and intermarriage, which would come to the front. Freedom and equality opportunity in this respect would inevitably bring some intermarriage of whites and yellows and browns and blacks. If such marriages are proven inadvisable, how could they be stopped? Easily. We associate with cats and cows, but we do not fear intermarriage with them, even though they be given all freedom of development. So too, intelligent human beings can be trained to breed intelligently without the degradation of such of their fellows as they may not wish to breed with. In the southern United States, on the contrary, it is assumed that unwise marriage can only be stopped by the degradation of the blacks, the classing of their women with prostitutes, The loading the whole race with every badge of public isolation, degradation, and contempt, and by burning offenders at the stake. Is this civilization? No. The civilized method of preventing ill advised marriage lies in the training of mankind in ethics of sex and childbearing. We cannot ensure the survival of the best blood by the public murder and degradation of unworthy suitors. But we can substitute a civilized human selection of husbands and wives, which shall ensure the survival of the fittest. Not the methods of the jungle, not even the careless choices of the drawing room, but the thoughtful selection of the schools and laboratory is the ideal of future marriage. This will cost something in ingenuity, self-control, and toleration, but it will cost less than forcible repression. Not only is the cost of repression today large, it is a continually increasing cost because of the fact that furnished the fatal moral anomaly against which physical slavery could not stand, the free Negro. The Negro who, in spite of contempt, discouragement, caste, and poverty, has put himself on a plane where it is simply impossible to deny that he is, by any legitimate measurement, the equal of his average white neighbor. The former argument was, as I have mentioned, that no such class existed. This assertion, or this assertion, was persisted in until it became ludicrous. Today, the fashion has come to regard this class as exceptional so far as the logic of the Negro problem is concerned, dangerous so far as social peace is concerned, and its existence more than offset by an abnormal number of criminals, degenerates, and defectives. That is a body bag. That dude wasn't playing when he started writing this. When he was, hey, man. Hey, hold on. Hey, man, I'm ready to yell at him now, man. I'm ready to yell at the author. I am ready to yell at him. I'm ready to yell at him, but I got to hold it in for a page and a half. Did y'all hear what he said, though? I gotta take a sip. Snapple apple, all natural fruit punch. I am thankful. But let me get back into it. Today, the fashion is come to regard this class as exceptional, so far as the logic of the new problem is concerned. Dangerous so far as social peace is concerned. And its existence more than offset by an abnormal number of criminals, degenerates, and defectives. Right here, then, comes the center of the present problem, namely, what is the truth about this? What are the real facts? How far is Negro crime due to inherent and growing viciousness? And how far to poverty, degradation, and systematic oppression? How far is a Negro labor lazy, and how far is the listless victim of systematic theft? How far is the Negro woman lewd, L-E-W-D, And how far the helpless victim of social custom? How far are the Negro children being educated today in the public schools of the South? And how far is the effort to curtail that training increasingly successful? How far are Negroes leaving the farms and rushing to the cities to escape work? And how far to escape slavery? How far is this race designated as Negroes, the descendants of African slaves? And how far is it descended from the most efficient white blood of the nation? What does actual physical and social measurement prove? Jeez. What does actual physical and social measurement prove as to the status of these descendants of Black men? What does actual physical and social measurement prove as to the status of these descendants of Black men? I got to put this twice. I got to even share my screen real quick. Will it bring it in? That is right here. He was getting his Omar. He was getting his Dr. Umar Johnson on, where he wrote that twice. What does actual physical and social measurement prove as to the status of these descendants of Black men? He wrote that bad boy twice. All right. All these are fundamental questions. Not a single valid conclusion as to the future can be absolutely insisted upon without definite, skillful scientific answers to these questions. And yet, not a single systematic effort to answer these questions on an adequate scale has been made in these United States from 1619 to 1909. Not only this, but on all sides, opposition ranging from indifference and reluctance to actual force is almost universal when any attempt to study the Negro problem adequately is proposed. Yet, in spite of this universal and deliberate ignorance, the demand is made that one line of solution, which a number of good men have assumed is safe and sane, shall be accepted by everybody, and particularly by thinking Black men. The penalty for not accepting this program is to be dubbed a radical, a busybody, an impatient dreamer, and a dangerous agitator. Yet this program involves justification of disenfranchisement, the personal humiliation of Jim Crowism, a curtailed and purposely limited system of education, and a virtual acknowledgement of the inevitable and universal inferiority of Black men. And then, in the face of this, we're asked to look pleasant and do our very best. I think it is the most cowardly dilemma that a strong people ever thrust upon the weak. And I, for one, have protested and do protest and shall protest that, in my humble opinion, the assumption is an outrageous falsehood dictated by selfishness, cowardice, and greed. And for the righteousness of my cause and the proof of my assertions, I appeal to one arbitrament and one alone, and that is the truth. Source: Proceedings of the National Negro Conference, New York, May 31st and June 1st, New York, 1909. Proceedings of the National Negro Conference. The next chapter is politeness in 1911. But before we get into the next chapter, the evolution of the race problem and how these Harlem integrationists made globalization palatable. So now this be one brother Moses, and I figure I can, because I know that there are two things other than what I say that can also get a YouTube channel taken down. One of them might be smoking, and then the other is the unfair use of other people's content. And we hear a conversation not at ad nauseum where the race problem goes through its social acceptance phases, and then it goes right into the bedroom. The Spanish man, the French man, an English man, an African man, an Asian man, Chinese man, Japanese man, Hmong, Lao, whatever he might be. And from a matter of the bedroom, should a Black woman protect herself, or should she open herself up during intercourse? And because as a society, there are no reasonable ways to filter out the degenerate, we are at best saying, do you view men equally? When it comes to race, there are many who do not view races equally. They appreciate the distinction between races. A Black man is not an Asian man. He's not a little Hmong. He's not a little Lao guy. He's not a Vietnamese. He's not a dirty Cambodian. He's a dirty Negro in distinction. Racism, systematically or systemically, or however you enunciate that word, was for the people being subjugated to accept said distinction and go back to work. No one cares about the universal concepts of exploitation unless the exploited people start crying about it. As long as they accept it, then your system, that's the system. That's the way life is when you're in a democratic, or you have a governing body which has appointed or selected people democratically. You have a market system, a court system. Society operates with certain truths that are present. And whether an individual accepts the caste system does not change the system. What changed the system was the rejection of the caste.
And so I want to fight with W.E.B. Du Bois, the tragic mulatto, because his opinion was that it would be for the greater good more race mixing, that it would be to the greater detriment to have systems in place or policies, excuse me, in place that stand to prevent the race mixing. And I only want to argue with it because, number one, I'm an asshole. It's the day after Thanksgiving. Fuck your Thanksgiving. Let's drill some shit. Number two, because it is in America generally accepted that there are mixed races, that we might all be mixed. And so it's already generally being accepted. But like I said, as long as you have the people willing to accept, there's no issue, there's no revolt, there's no change. There's no innovation if people are just sitting here accepting it. We're just going to accept that black men, as merged by W.E.B. Du Bois, said we don't want Jim Crowism because we want white women. Now, he didn't put it in that word, but he got a lot of words when he was saying it in 1909 that I just don't know what they mean. But y'all are not finna sit up here and tell me that after reading all of this, that he wasn't caping for him a good white woman. And whether he says she's a good white woman or a bad white woman, at the end of the day, he's saying he want him a white woman. And he's laid out a great case of distinction between races, and that all of those races are being pitted against each other to see if they are equal to the white European, which is interesting again when you analyze the degree of dependence that the white European has always and forever absolutely been on every other race than his own, and how detrimental the white race has been to the white race. That the major world altercations tend to be white people wanting to kill white people or others. Yeah, they'll go after the others, but as long as the others are accepting, then why did you have to enforce? There was no need to hit them with another nuclear weapon after you hit them with the first one. But yet you dropped a second one just in case type of white people. You know, a Truman doctrine where they tell you what is true about man and you study it from its lens of presidential versus its precedential factors, where they use these words sometimes. And if you don't know what words they're using, they're talking about intercourse, and you might think they're talking about dialogue. They weren't talking anymore. And we know for a fact that you are not stopping a rapist from taking what they want to take in the bedroom. You ain't stopping them. If you're already in the bedroom, you've trusted this person to the point where you are isolated and alone in an intimate environment, one-on-one with them. If they are that, they're going to take it. And your defense mechanisms are physical. We can argue about the phenotype. What is the byproduct of race mixing? But what W.E.B. Du Bois was saying to me was that he wanted liberal policy. favorable towards those who did not view it as a violation to cross those lines. And when we consider who at that time even had the gall or the expectation to defend whatever it is that y'all said y'all believed in, you and your ancestors believed in, whoever it was that was supposed to defend that, well, it had to go up against this French, Napoleonic, conquering mentality. In the Caribbean, they may have accepted subjugation. In Haiti, they may have looked and said, well, the Dominica has earned their right to segregate an entire landmass based on whatever it is they decided to base it on. And what Du Bois is arguing is that generation after generation, there were those who accepted that to their very own detriment. But when the friction happened, the friction between those men who would come and take it versus those men who said, we will not allow you to have your way. Now, there's other ways that he talked about it. He talked about it from a child labor stance, because people who do not deem child labor a violation, of course, would continue to want children and all of their life energy focused on producing surplus value. But if you take away child labor from an American society dependent on children working, it might change the way the world views America. If you take away, if the women resist, as long as women accept zero, a man that is white can get $1 per hour. And as long as women accept zero, then you're good. If a woman says, I want 25 cents, and women accept 25 cents of $1, there will be a great sense of relief amongst those who don't have to pay $1. But if you ask those same folks who are paying $1 to stop paying women just because they are women, zero, and to accept that there are women willing to accept 25 cents on $1 just because they are women, if the women are willing to accept it, those businesses or entrepreneurs, industrial giants, capitalist society, or whoever it is, families, Walmart, for example, the Walton family can hire 1 million human beings and they can fire 1 million human beings right now. As a family, they can make a decision to hire or fire 1 million. If they want to give 1 million women 25 cents of that dollar, they can. And if it's a workforce of 1 million women, all 1 million of those women can accept 25 cents on $1, even though Walmart can pay $1 to whatever man they want to pay it to. But when the women are accepting the 25 cents, they're good. Walmart don't have to change shit. When the one comes in and says, fuck that, 50 cents, there are a lot of women who are going to look back and say, bitch, we didn't get $1, we didn't get a nickel, we didn't get a dime. Now you're putting you're putting everything at risk. You're being greedy and selfish. Why are you asking for 50 cents when they just started giving us 25 cents? Us and the women. Now, as a man, that same can apply. As long as a free man meant that his labor cost $0, while they were willing to pay $1. And there was the name of the book is W.E.B. Du Bois, Selections from His Writings, edited by Bob Blasdale. And I read The Evolution of the Race Problem, Chaos Reign. But as long as you have a free man, you can tell him all he wants, that you are free, but your labor free makes you a slave. You can tell a free man, we are voting. The fact that you are not voting does not make you a slave, nor does it make you not free. It just makes you a non-voting man. But in 1870, the vote and what they were voting on was theirs. Just like in the 1860s, as Du Bois was referring to the 60s, when the detractors were saying, giving black people the vote, why would we do that? That's a waste. That's an argument for the detractors, because the black men who are exercising their right to vote, that's theirs. The great fear that gets propagated is the white men who want the right to vote but can't fucking read. The white men who want their children to be able to go to school, but there are no fucking schools. And so a struggling, starving, shiftless, lazy, privileged, dirtbag white boy in the South would have been given far more respect than the voting black man based on that sentiment. Oh, we don't need to vote. You don't need to vote, nigga. What are you voting for? Ain't nothing for you to vote on. There might not be nothing on your ballot. You could literally read it and say, yeah, there is nothing in this campaign season that strikes a chord with me. And that's more of a conversation amongst the men community and those who actively participate in politics. But that is no reason to disenfranchise men. And so today we also hear from the mixed group, or those who are in high favor of whiteness, and they are exercising their blatant disregard of blackness, where the black man who even says 50 cents is the problem. 75 cents is going to cause an uproar in the good whites who otherwise would have said yes. But the good whites will say, hey, even the average white man is not getting $1. The average white man, due to their incompetence or lack of shifts, skills, knowledge, the average white man is not getting full dollar that would be available. He ain't getting shit. So you Negroes who come around asking for a full equivalent dollar that they would be willing to give the white man are desperately asking to be fired from society. There's definitely something wrong with those talented tenth, the exceptional few who want to make this cut and say that they are equal to the great white man. You are scaring the shit out of not only little white people, you're definitely not scaring the white man who already says that the black man is inferior. He says it from his own path. But the very liberal white man who says you're at least equal to the average white man at best starts to get afraid when you're asking for the full dollar. I am equal to any white man that you would put there. Du Bois uses some very crafty language, some that I understand, some that I don't. I understood it perfect when he put the word average in there, referring to white men as his compromise for black men. He would argue against the notion that any race is superior to the others. And while there are superior levels of degeneracy that we have witnessed among whites in their blatant disregard for human life, that superior level of degeneracy in their failure to make capitalism work in the world. What society could ever fail at capitalism to the degree that America has? You name it. They want to talk about things from the other way of thinking about life. Look at our nation as a society, America, what our debt is, the opposite of surplus, if there's nothing else to say. And politically, we see democracy is growing. Today, we're around 75 or maybe, 75% homogenous white men in politics. They have about 25% diversity in politics. And so there is a superior level of failure and degeneracy on behalf of white men in managing and leading America down a debt trap where, like, they just say you can't whoop them. They have enough nukes to kill as many other innocent people in the world. And as long as they have their nukes, we as a country should feel safe and protected because we have nuclear weapons that they would and supposedly use on somebody else's country, not our own country. This is what we're supposed to believe. America has all of this nuclear arsenal as a great protector to protect our country. Our country, which is the deepest in debt that any society has ever been able to calculate. There has never been an economic failure of a society as large, quantifiably as large in debt as America is. We're not as in as a society as Haiti is to the French, even though the French wanted to superimpose a fake debt on Haiti. We're not deeper in debt to them to where the Clinton family and what they do to the Haitian economy, philanthropy wise or economic wise, where the Clintons seem like they're doing a good in America, where they're presidential for the way that they treat the Haitians. That's not the way life works. Reality is those white folks were the Clintons that many black folks love were exploiting the shit out of Haiti. That it was not pushing towards a greater space where the darker or the melanated people were the sons of descendants of slavery or the sons of descendants of black people, non-Spaniard, were finding themselves at an advantage or at a position of even freedom. Nigga, no, not equality. You Haitians were being treated like less than, not just a quarter, 25 cents on a dollar, less than. I mean, and of course it makes sense. Haitians and Zos and Florida, and as they grew from there, oh yeah, the trafficking, yeah, because some people want the conversation to just rest on intercourse, as if these presidents and Monica Lewinsky were just having court-based conversations, that they weren't responsible for tens of thousands through their assumed leadership. But when we look at the facts, The facts and the stats tell us that that was not the spirit of love and God moving or the Hebrew God or none of that shit. That wasn't the salvation to go and rescue and to create a greater sense of of peace. That was to the detriment of the darker people. But yet we would celebrate the Clintons because in the 90s, it was supposedly a capitalist surplus, where today we are 33 trillion the opposite direction, and we are still thinking about America as being better. They say today we are better than we were, but then they want to put us black folks, they want black folks to accept this argument that black folks were better segregated. But when they're saying that, they are meaning better in the plantation. When they say we were better, they're saying we were better under Jim Crow with white supremacy. And when they make those arguments, again, there's the deflection element of it. And then there's this other position where we stop beating around the bush and we say they are more or less referring to the birth rate. White people, and whether or not black man and white woman produce a better result than white man, white woman, or white man, black woman. Now, again, there are people on one side of this argument, which I am not, which blanket statements the same way we do race and put race on the men like the Hebrews do, without the way that dismisses the birth giver or the woman. They do the same thing. They do the same thing, the nation of men. And in order to dismiss it, they dismiss the woman's choice. So it didn't matter if a black woman was giving herself freely to a white man like Virginia. It doesn't matter if an American Indian, Choctaw, Cherokee is giving herself freely to a Spanish or a French or an English or a Scottish man. It didn't matter if she's giving herself freely to them, because according to that Hebrew, they are creating white stock children, boy or girl. More valued if they're creating a white stock white boy. It's just a likelihood to come out swarthy. And then the excuse is whether or not a white man produced a swarthy child with an Asian woman, a black woman, African, Indian, Mexican, or so forth. But as long as the white man can tell all women that it is his right and that the woman has no political power or agency one way or the other, then there was no concept of grape when it applied to the white man. It was always choice. Every child born by the ex-master was essentially white. Now, again, I'm arguing against W.E.B. Du Bois. Do not take none of this shit personal. There are some people who can have a very surface level conversation and debate with you. I'm not one of them. If his premise is to rest safety in the procreation freely, that black men now should have equal right to white women to produce black babies, then he's going to lose it. Because I would still be of the likely mind that says you're producing into the degenerate stock once again that could not survive without your melanin. They were the ones and are and will continue to be perpetually under dependency. The sun, Nick, it's not our problem. It's the sun. There is nothing that we can do as a being, as a species on earth to help them against the sun. It wants to kill them. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's not a problem. by giving them melanin, I think what you're trying to do is work against the sun. And so you're actually going against the sun that is burning the shit out of white folks physically. Their deficiency that you want to breed out of white folks, I don't think that that's possible. Some people find a spiritual connection of analogy and they say, well, the spirit of goodness will always be diluted when you bring in somebody who just wants to kill everybody. So, as a black man, the fear of annihilation that black men would not have naturally experienced, that fear of annihilation is only the echoing sentiment of that lust for that white woman. Then, if you knew you were doing the right thing, there would be no fear. They wouldn't need any laws to tell whether you could or could not act on your compulsory or impulses. Your behaviors as a black man would gear you towards the black woman the same way he's talking about cows and chickens. You don't have to legislate a cow can't marry the chicken because a cow is not reproducing with a fucking chicken. It naturally is not attracted, and you're not seeing cow chickens. It is only when you start to interbreed that white people shit where you can find a fucking poodle with a Rottweiler face in human life. You're walking up the street and see a poodle, and you know by every auspices of the word that that is a poodle. Its body can fit in the size of your hands, but its head is the size of a bowling ball, and they find amusement in that type of shit. Whereas other societies would have strayed away from some of the most damning and condemning thing, they seem to have run towards it. And they make these excuses about genetic annihilation, which are only the mirror reflections of the sun being their biggest enemy. The sun is reproducing life, but when it gets to them, it wants to burn them through the skin. It wants to burn them to the core. If they sat out there long enough, it would cook them rotisserie style. That's not my problem, and that is not something that is black men from today, from W.E.B. Du Bois' time. Again, he was a tragic mulatto, so it is for him to argue in favor of more race mixing. But if you're doing that, mixing with the race of people who are the biggest hypocrites, they are the ones who cannot produce to the levels that are sustaining themselves, no matter where in the world they go. No matter where in the world they come out of these caves, the sun is killing them. It's not just some Neanderthalist type of way of thinking about it. They can't go to the beach. They try to go skiing and the sun eats them. They try to go and lay out in front of the beach and it eats them. The sun does. Cancerously. So to play into that stereotype and say they are the superior stock would be to argue against nature. To try to find science that supports anything other than what science is saying about their inability to maintain basic human life, biology, the ability to reproduce. Of course, they don't want a system that allows women the choice on who they can reproduce with. That's way beyond a woman asking for 25 cents or 50 cents. If a woman wants equal right in choosing who she can give birth to, what race of man, See, I don't know why she would have to accept that she doesn't have a race, that it is only her father's race, but that she cannot reproduce the race. But okay, if she accepts that she can only reproduce the race of the man that she sleeps with, so she's going to produce an Asian kid, she's going to produce a white kid, she's going to produce a Spanish kid, or she's going to produce an African kid. If that's the way that Mother Nature is designed, to reproduce what the man gives, and therefore she reproduces, okay, she can accept that. I don't have to. And no, the rest of the women, the other men or women, do not have to accept that shit either. There are people who would want to assume that because they have accepted that women are not human, that woman does not have that man part, about that part, that agency, that she is animal, she is cow, she is something that does not have rights to claim herself as property, that she is property. Therefore, her children then are just the property, or say what it might be. Her children are an it, and that it is variable on the man. Now, that man running against this principle of inferiority or superiority, and how she then, what does she put into the child? But before you even get there, if you live in a society that will not allow a woman to choose, i.e., he cannot abort because the Supreme Court says you cannot abort, versus living in a society that then says 2 children maximum by law. And then they have these societies where it's just black men who don't run shit, who are trying to say, well, black women who swirl are traitors. They've left the community and they're not going to produce a black baby anymore. And they, how could they really? That's self-hate right there. They're going to a whole other civilized, man. Come on, are you talking about the cultural expressions? Because I've seen some Cambodian niggas, little swarthy, dark-skinned, dirty motherfuckers that will rob your ass, and they have slanted eyes. If you're talking phenotypical characteristics and categorical differences between the men, the boys, the girl, and women that you'll produce. But other than that, she's going to produce a human, and it will grow into a man or a woman at some, inshallah. But if it is ever believed that there is a higher quality stock than the black man, those unscientific debates I'd be willing to have. There are many who would like to say that the mixed race is a higher stock than in a black man. They would say that a mixed race is a higher genetic stock than an African. No matter what, they don't care. The continent of Africa versus mixed race man. And in mixed race, they may be referring to black and white and asking how far has that person, that human being, descended from their white ancestor. And they don't even need to know that that white ancestor was a prisoner who was sent in servitude to Australia, a bum ass slave sent in servitude to Madagascar. He was the slave of African niggas. But because he was white and less swarthy, he was allowed to be dignified. For some reason, they let him out of the prisons in England, London, wherever the hell they were, and they became the pioneers of what people called the African trade of insignificant people or degenerate others. Now, racism again could flip, where you have black men who are saying, not only am I not inferior, but genetically, the sun loves me. It doesn't burn me to kill me. It would be something like water. I'm not a fucking fish. You put me in a lot of water and say live in the conditions of water, I'm not going to become a fucking shark. You put me in the conditions of the sun, I can still survive. The food, vegetation will make it work. I.e., you put me in extreme cold, I don't think I'm going to make it. My body ain't adapted to all of that extreme cold, like extreme cold to where your body don't even shiver no more. It's just so cold, you just lock. No, no. Your body shivering is still fighting back. That's still a good sign. When your body has accepted extreme cold, no, that's a bad thing. If your body goes paralyzed, numb, or I can't feel my foot anymore, that's a bad thing. So, what else can we say? I know there's people smarter than me who talk about the European blood and they can say, well, it's just blood is just a makeup of its chemical compound elements, and they want to go in the hemoglobin. I'm not going that far with the conversation, not on this one. Phenotypically, being of a lighter skin was not the argument for W.E.B. Du Bois. His argument was more on political and economic advantages that one might pursue. And he was specifically referring to the acquisition of property. It feels personal, as if he was arguing against dark-skinned people, because dark-skinned people were telling Du Bois, you're running up there with them northern white carpetbaggers, go on up there to the north and sit on your white daddy lap. And it seems like he was arguing against dark-skinned black women, to be more specific, who were telling him if there is anybody who is likely to have a better working, intimate relationship with white people, particularly white men, it would be the black woman. That under no circumstances should it have been the black man trying to sit on the white man's lap, if we're talking about intercourse. And if they weren't looking to expand the conversation to LGBTQ and the men weren't gay, then the only remaining logical assumption is that the black men wanted access to white women. I've read it in his own words. I've given my historic perspective. We see the cultural connectivity and how he linked it to Asians and Asia and the rivers of Tiber and the Sinai or the Seine River. He's talking about race, and intercourse was not a matter of are we still yelling at each other about it. He was talking about erect, not mentioning statues. He's saying erect as in this is a permanent bloodline thing. When it manifests itself, I do not know of enough continental Africans to overturn the stigma around breeding an African in America versus breeding a European white in America. I have not met enough continental Africans to overturn the stigma either for my son or my daughter, to be able to definitively say a continental African is going to be less quality stock to breed with than a continental European white. Just like I would not be able to say definitively if you put one of these working class, what I consider Mexican, if you drop them in the continent of Africa and they're surrounded by black people, would they do any worse than if you drop them off in Europe, where it's 99% white faces around them, would they do better on continental Africa, or would they do better continental Europe? Because once we get them to America, that shit seems to not fucking matter anymore. The people who don't like Mexicans will just keep talking dumb shit, and the people who don't like blacks will just keep saying it as if it means something. One of the deeper issues that I do find is that they skip what W.E.B. Du Bois was doing, which is have the conversation from an economic lens of what it meant to be free. While people say slave meant that black man, and anything, if the black man had a wife, then the wife was also slave status. They talk about status of property versus the ownership of property of land. And I appreciate that differentiation of property, meaning, well, once upon a time, black people themselves, or swarthy people, merely on the complexion of their skin were property. But as of 1909, 500 million in actual property land ownership, quantified in the dollar value of the time. That means something to me, because otherwise we would be left with the argument that black men aren't gaining property. That it's a scientific argument where they're just inherently dumber than white men or men of other cultures. That it's not about economics. That it's not about the accumulation of actual money shits. A home. In America, we could bring a degenerate continental African and a degenerate continental European, and both can have their way in America. And those foreigners would be given a greater degree of respect than the Black American in America. And where Truman would have used the war, and presidents have used the war as a way, and what happens in war as a way to justify, oh, I'm defending my nation. How are you defending your very nation if your nation is the one that could employ the children for the war? Child labor. Your society is also the one that would not want to pay the people based off the quarter, or want to pay the people based off the color of their skin, and choose to not pay them the full dollar of their labor because of the color of their skin or of their gender. And while we would want to live in this ideal state where actual laws and policies wouldn't be necessary, they are. Because the liberal agenda is more concerned with marrying dogs than the rights of women. On paper. On paper, where it's tangible, they refuse anti-lynching legislation in America. 2023, not 1909, not Jim Crowism and all of that shit. Refuse. The death penalty is in stone. They have the right to take a life as a consequence. The full right to life is a man's concept. And the women who want it, as long as they can accept that that's a man's world, politics and doing, that's a man creating a baby for a man, you're starting a family, you're starting that man's family. As long as the woman can accept her place, all right. But if you refuse to allow this world to be a man's world, why are the sundown towns still legal and exist? That would be a good debate for me. I would like it because there are some very hard line concepts of this segregation. If you are saying that complete integration there, that is bad, then are you still advocating for sundown towns? I haven't thought it all the way through yet. I'm still just debating his part of the argument where it says full integration, collapse of the racial identifiers that allows some races, to be phenotypically homogenous. They still look like their race versus people who don't even look like that particular race anymore. They look like they've been mixed with other races. Like black looks like black. Once it starts getting mixed with others, it starts looking biracial or mixed race. Then does still have the same amount of respect or dignity as black. When they consider white, that's the purity metric that they're looking at. Those different variations or genetic expressions of others. Your face, your nose, your eyes, color of them, skin, it's not their skin deep. And they are expressing the genetic variation of other civilizations versus expressing the genetic marker of your own dominant group. And beyond just the biological functions of what you interbreed with, um, you accept the status that they would have assigned to you or to your group as being subordinate if you don't accept multiracial, or if you accept the Hebrew or the John Brown doctrine that says you are solely what your father is. Then you can either be only mixed or you could only be not white. You cannot produce, but you cannot exist essentially. Your race for a woman essentially does not exist. She is just a caveat. The same way of thinking, she is just property or she is just cow. She is there for sustenance, milk, and those other things versus she has full autonomous agency. Now, I don't like the fact, and it's not about what I like or one way or the other, but W.E. Du Bois and the fullness of diversity can only be achieved if there are pure and individual. At some point, it would have to reconcile his argument, that is, of race, would have to reconcile with woman. And until science has to reconcile the value of woman as being equal, and that's even hard to say, they that's the assumption, right? If we leave it to the white folks who are trying to say everything, then again, black folks can be slaves and they don't have to fix it. If we leave it to the people who would employ children in a society that doesn't employ children to correct for what we would say is a violation, they would continue to fix it. 25%. Okay, we had a workforce of 1 million children. They would cut it down to 750,000 and then talk about their reduction in child labor to 25% as being the gain, where nobody who is saying no, the principle is zero. Why are you still employing children? As long as they don't have to correct it, as long as they never have to acknowledge that the woman is a harbinger of race as well, or the woman is a steward of race as a librarian, a secretary, a cultivator, all of the very things that they're just trying to give to the man by default because he is man. He is now, the child takes the race of the father. As long as they can keep that, as men, then all right, let them do what they must in order to feel validated in the world. But society is moving away from that. Society is beginning to recognize that the men who actually feel that women are not is equal or greater than they, the same way a man can feel like he is over a woman, there are women who I fervently believe are better than some of these niggas. But then that's just the individualized. When you see the talented 10th that emerge, now that you can identify the talented 10th, it should tell you that the stereotype doesn't apply. Why is it that we keep finding these folks who emerge from this group that wasn't supposed to be able to produce this? If you can find a woman like a Rebecca who can create an entire tribe, a Deborah who can be a general or a teacher of sorts of the men who are needed to go out and create a society, if you find women who can be a leader of a nation, then it dispels the notion that women have to sit by subordinate and only reproduce by choice. Again, she can't choose not to reproduce their men under their system, under their program of civilization. But once challenged, when men and women and the great others, others not being gender in this case, but racialized others, stop accepting the caste system, then some innovation can happen. So, what would my argument be against Du Bois? That yes, while it's tragic for him to have experienced a world where validating the other, the mixed race group, was the next logical assumption, it did not invalidate the purity clause. A black man or woman reproducing that they find value in, which is their own likeness. And it would be self-sabotaging to no longer produce your own image or likeness. If you believe that God can be made in man's image, but you no longer want to produce black looking men, then you've killed the God in the blood of your family. But if you believe that a woman can still pass along the genetic traits of the likeness of those ancestors, then good. If a black woman dates somebody who has very strong albinism traits, it could potentially cause the birth of an unswarthy baby. I would agree that there is science to validate in a black woman producing an unswarthy baby. But I cannot go against, this is, I guess, the religious part, my own eyes telling me that a black woman cannot produce a black child. Fuck you. Go read some more of your long ass book. I'm not buying it. You're going to have to do better telling me that it is science or something else where you're telling me a black woman can't produce a black baby. I just would, yeah, I'm using the word swarthy because that's the word that W.E.B. Du Bois was using. And shout out grown woman vibes. Like, I've heard people who say, yeah, people are going to be, into YouTube and they're going to be creating channels and platforms. I ain't never, ever, ever, and this ain't even a compliment too. Like when people say, Moses, you sound like a pastor. I ain't never seen somebody have to bounce back so many times and build a platform and do it successfully like this person. Like, geez, people say they be getting hated on, but yeah, the proof is in the pudding. I didn't seen hate and I didn't seen actionable hate. Hate, hate, hate. The more they hate, the more I donate. That's the way it needs to be. The more they hate, like that, like, do you need to see it for your own eyes? See how many times in the last 5 years she had to rebuild a channel from 0 subscribers. YouTube, the system said no. But yeah, I'm using the word swarthy because we're trying to be PC. W.E.B. Du Bois, he had a word when he was talking about the evolution of race in America. lot of us know him for his talented tenth, but I figured it would be just as good to see what he had to say about race since he was a tragic mulatto. And he does a good job of validating the experience for a biracial. Now, I've been somebody who was a bully on, I was a bad guy. Like I have, excuse me, people who were like they weren't black enough in my family. And so I was the one who would make those dumbass colorist jokes before I ever heard of a Rashida Strober who said, do you know what that actually means to see somebody who looks like me, who has the characteristics of what my grandfather and my great grandfather, you're the ones who are making my life hell, perpetual hell, based off the color of my skin. If the dark skinned nigga would have allowed the black woman to find freedom in the world, then she would have been all right. But it was when the black man started to accept the inferiority and cast that on the black woman that made her life hell. Just because the white man and the other less swarthy people were making life hell on the black man did not mean that he was supposed to internalize it and make life hell on the black woman who was trusting him for her protection. She could deliver his child and have his baby and rear that child in the way that that child should go, but he would be the one to make her life hell because of the color of her skin. Man, until there was a Rashida Strober, I was not able to say, yeah, I was responsible for being that dumbass nigga. Like when people start hearing the word naker and they're like, oh, you all think that y'all are clever because all y'all did was take something and reintroduce another way to make the black man look bad. No, naker, we make ourselves look bad in the ways, the very creative ways that we, and in other cases of other senses of the word, we shoot ourselves in the foot. Why would it have ever mattered if the white man accepted the black woman on equal terms? If the black man truly wanted to protect and provide for the black woman? Why would it have ever mattered that the white woman intended to do every aim politically against the black woman in America? If those were her intentions, why would those have mattered if the actual danger and the present danger of rape or domestic violence, abuse, neglect, violence in any of its ugly forms, if the black man was the one to accept that violence and say the same way the white people did, accepting that violence is acceptable, that it is acceptable to use violence. Guess what? If you were accepting that violence was acceptable form of, there's forms of violence that are acceptable, it still did not mean that she was your enemy, that violence was acceptable to use against her. So even if the white woman said the black woman is the enemy, even if the white man said, I am going to grape and molest her because she's not a full person, her man is not a full person, it was only when the black man accepted those conditions and status and tried to make those white concepts apply to the black woman that the black woman then had to say no to the black man for it. Either she had to accept it or reject it. What else was she going to do? If the black man had the option of accepting and rejecting inferiority and accepts inferiority, that's his burden. That did not alleviate his responsibility to be the provider and protector for those who trust him. And if she trusts him and becomes his enemy, that is still a him problem. But yet we would look at her and say, well, she's dumb for staying. Dumb for staying in conditions to which there no systemic or spiritual way. In America, we've adopted a spiritual system for repression. Our spiritual system is repression of women. And I want one of these Hebrew Israelites to lie about that shit. Just lie. Tell me that your Bible is not spiritually repressive of women, and I'll wait. Tell me that you found for yourself a universal, practical way of not putting the woman beneath your rule, and I'll listen to it. beneath your rule. Because if I ask you, then why are you not a multimillionaire, even having all of these women who have subjected themselves to be your servant or slave, then? Because they're going by your book, your word, your way. They could be free and doing their own thing without you. See, again, 25 is different. If we ask for 50 to go 50-50, asking for a lot. Now, asking 75 cents of that white man's dollar is definitely going to cause people in the majority to say you're doing too much. Y'all think that y'all deserve 75% of whiteness in America? So when you get to somebody who says whiteness, you're already equal to white people, whether you know it or not, man or woman. They're definitely going to hate you because they don't want you asking for 75% of a dollar. Let alone when you start finding people who believe that black people are actually the superior and that scientifically the sun hates white people. Not we don't have to hate them. You don't have the system of hate in you built up enough to where you can ever what are when you get a nuclear weapon and use it against who you consider your enemies, I will then respect what you call power in America and racism. But theirs allowed them in 1909. Du Bois was talking about it, and he said Japan. They nuked them some years later. After he said this, they didn't change. Their level of what they do is different than whether or not they accept you, as in I like you, you're a likable person. You tell a good joke every once in a while that I deem non-offensive and almost funny. That makes you likable and agreeable. Don't nobody give a fuck about that. They were grapists. The woman could not choose, politically disenfranchised. If the men aren't willing to fight for it, there are men who have the right to vote from New York to what did he say, to Virginia, New York to the what he said men were voting 1870s. Men not wanting to fight for their right to vote allowed black men to be disenfranchised. That did not mean that black men were not voting. There were black men who could vote after the Civil War. That the disenfranchisement did not mean shit. There were black men who could move into an artisan or an ownership class. So the discrimination of women and not allowing those women to have a say-so in their own life or their own household goes beyond whether or not she can just choose to go to a doctor in the public and get an actual abortion. When your society is that adamant against your rights, I'll let you know. When they start forcing these niggas to not be able to produce babies, then we can start having a conversation about them being able to force a woman not to have one or not. But until then, it's still a hegemony on power, and it's still white men, 80 or 75% today. It was like 75% in like the 80s. If we go all the way back to the 60s, I don't think we move into a society where it's less white men power politically and economically. In America, we're still talking about a place where most people are in a dependent state of trust that the white men who are making the decisions and writing them down will continue to only aim their bullets at other groups of people, not Black Americans, not women in America. I've been listening, and it sounds like there are mixed race women have found their niche in making it about it's not just the Black woman who suffers at the hands of these folks. Making the agency, or excuse me, the accountability, a Black woman's burden. I still disagree. Of course, I'm being redundant. The white man has the choice, so he can choose the Black woman. The Black woman today is still asking to be chosen by that logic. If you're telling me that the black woman is now in her position to choose whoever she wants, I need to ask her why she ain't nuked one of these niggas then yet. But I digress. If she's going to choose and the black man is no longer her top priority, I think that the numbers would speak otherwise. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I can see biracials who are acting out in the same manner of W.E.B. Du Bois, making a claim more valid for more biracials. But I'm tending to see white men that would choose black women, and black women are still tending to choose black men. Not Spaniard, not little Asian, Cambodian. I'm not seeing this abundance of birth rates of black and Asian, Blasian, or that's what they call it. Yes, there are the exceptions that we see, but my overall response is no. So that tells me that they do not actually believe that the white man is a superior genetic option. In the same way, we're not seeing them as a superior genetic option for breeding. If that black woman does start to exercise her choice, I think it would be along the lines of more diversity in black. What are they suffering from? I think that it's a lot, right? So white people actually suffer. What happens to their skin from the sun? I could only imagine what's happening to the inside of them, as because they also eat. Their diets are different. Like I'll be looking at that shit. I'll be like, fuck. Like they really love dead shit. They love dead shit. Some of them can have the conversation about, healthy foods and healthy eating and shit. But if the sun is doing that shit to their skin, what is it doing to that dead, carcasses that they keep putting inside their body to the degree that they eat dead animals and shit? They want a bloody dead animal. Like what? And then they just put that shit in their body. Okay. There's some things that we eat fresh are better. I like a fresh picked apple, fresh off the tree, if it's good. A fresh picked fruit, fresh picked vegetable. I'm not going out there trying to bite no fucking cow. They would seem like they would hit the cow with a little bit of heat, whoosh, and then just bite it, blood and all. Man, I'm not fucking with that. But they live as if like the salami and the bologna and all of these different, just put all of the dead whatever it is in a machine and then add vinegar to it, and it will preserve the shelf life of dead meat. And that's the bulk of what they eat, is dead meat preserved with some form of vinegar or some form of, that's it. That shit is gross. Like what the fuck? They want dead meat, and then they'll start to add the good vegetables and shit like that. But yeah, I don't claim to know everything about them and why they are the way that they are, but that shit is crazy. If they don't want to, as long as they accept it, like for some people, they would at some point say, yes, you can eat, like some form of like fish raw could be good for you. And how people like everything in moderation, or they use these types of words. They're not doing the study to see what eating raw, you just want a bloody cow just sitting on your plate. You just gonna cut open this meat and just eat it raw. Oh no, it's healthy for you. That's what nah, man, I ain't believing all of that. Y'all their birth rate is low. If they want to get to the science of explaining why their birth rate is so low, is that just a decision now? Because this was 1909, they were saying. That was 100 years ago. They're using the same argument. White people or the Neanderthals' birth rate is low. That's on them to explain why their birth rate is so low, because other civilizations aren't experiencing that. Maybe that's just a part of their repression, but it seems to be genetic. In any event, it doesn't paint this image that they are the superior. The others are plentiful. You don't want to go to Asian because it's billions of. You go to India, a billion. You go to Africa, it's a billion. These Europeans, for some reason, they will find a reason. The white European, by whatever you call them, French or Saxon or Berber or Barber, or whatever the hell you want to call some of these white ones. There's so many names. I'm thinking that there's white Berbers now. They talk about Morocco in the form of being taken over. Like, I'll be like, what? They like, no, North Africa, the continent of Africa, the northern part, Algeria, and all of that shit, it was taken over by more, less swarthy, excuse me. I'd be like, okay. So that's, they come with these stories. Like, I would have thought that they were biologically, they look like they were like Saudi Arabian or Persian, or, but they tell us that that's not ethnicity, that's a culture. I would have thought that they were that. You know, there's different Mediterranean, Sicilian, and different shit. Like, there's so many different ethnicities. The way that they try to make tribe. Oh, you're talking about American Indians, or you're talking about Africans. No, I'm talking about these white people. I don't know what y'all call them. They can go by white as if that means something, but it means absolutely nothing to me. The same way as if they call me an African American. What the fuck does that? What part of African are you think? Do you think I am? Does that mean something? When you tell somebody they look African, does that mean something? Telling somebody that they look European, does that mean anything? Are there any phenotypes that we would attribute to the French? Or do we just look at French as being, another one of those Thebes, Egypt, Ptolemy, Cleopatra, shit like that? Like, we don't exactly know what a French person looks like. We don't exactly know because they've gone through so many variations of their genetic expression. When they lose their battles, white against white, or white against the less swarthy, is it less swarthy? Yeah, less swarthy. They can record it as history. We can see it as the Hellenistic period. We can see it as the Roman period, the Greek, ancient times, or we could record it as a classical era where the white woman Helen now versus any of these other, or where any of their god deities that they put in a high esteem, or any of their ancestors that they put in a high esteem. Whenever they say something that they all seem to love Darwin. Darwin seemed to be the basis that was telling them basis of their fear. Genetic extinction based off one of their greatest people. He'd be like Times. They love him. They're actually afraid because his message is one that undergirds why they want to kill everybody or hump everything. Why they think that grape is not a violation. Why they think that a woman is subjective to being barefoot and pregnant versus having her full intellectual capacity. So when we accept those standards, those European, there's a scarcity for women who are able to produce and reproduce your line. And now we've accepted there's a scarcity of quality women in the world. That shit is just dumb. There is no scarcity of available high quality black women. The problem is people are starting to assume the stereotypes that degenerates have co-opted that make it seem like the black woman is now a less desirable woman, that she's a less desirable human. No, that's a white man thing. If he wants to say that there is a black woman is less desirable than an Asian woman, is less desirable than a Spanish woman, and put a human hierarchy, dominance hierarchy together, that's what the white man would do. Because in other societies, black woman already would have her choice and her human agency to decide whether or not any of men were at any point desirable in the first place, while they're trying to put themselves on some hierarchy. If the woman has the power to choose, which is the opposite argument, yes, women with agency would not necessarily say because he's white and his phenotype is white that that's going to be a greater biological reproduction. She might have chosen somebody that was not white, but less swarthy than, some When they say you look African, black like African, blue black African, purple, and then they want to get down to the a tribe that they think is darker black on the continent than other tribes of blacks. So do they consider less swarthy white folks? Like, I know how they felt about the Irish, calling them the niggers of a time. Likewise, how they felt about some like the Italians, and still to this day feel about Italian gangs in that form. If they can criminalize a big group or do whatever they need to demonize a big group, then it works. But again, it's up to that group to accept the terms for it to have real power. I don't accept that I am not worth the full dollar. There are times where I actually feel like if you put me up against one of these white boys that you think deserve a full dollar, like this is the white boy, I feel like I will cook. Just like I feel like there are so many average white boys would get dog walked on race, ethnicity, culture, or any of these conversations. No, what they want to do is continue to perpetuate bullshit. They're not a superior race. They're not a superior class. They're not a superior genome, phylum, none of that shit. Right? Them Sicilians and Italians, they look like they got, when we trace back their ancestry, that we would be tracing back ancestral superiority in genetics to blackness, not caucasoidness, Caucasian, to the phenotypes of blackness versus the phenotypes of whiteness, those that are survival phenotypes versus those phenotypes that are dying to the very nature of the world, the sun itself, and the elements. All right, I'm pretty much good. I don't even know how long this thing has been on, but that was a reading of the W.E.B. Du Bois. I read it word for word, but I also wanted to do a bit of a reading on him. That is the tragic mulatto and what he was going through in the 1909s. I can't project myself into the experience of a racially ambiguous person who is walking between black and whiteness in America and finding inroads on both. When asked questions about what should we do with the Negro or the Black experience, and he's going off of the Atlanta Negro and then comparing the Atlanta Negro to a Harlem Negro, I can see why there was a lot that needed to be said. And so he got some good writings. It's enough to at least stimulate a conversation. This one looked at ethnicity and culture as the prerequisites of race. It balanced it against this act of free and what free means in regards towards slave versus now you have property, and then looking at that as a progress in economic progress versus a spiritual or a social progress. And the undergirding line that I believe that he was advocating for was for more just mixed race. Mixed race will be the dissolution of racism. And so, in order to get out of the negative preponderance that Europeans are superior to Africans, um, America, the grand experiment, had this as our history. I think that there's another way of looking at it. You don't breed your way out of it. But when we look at the evidence of, we've survived even all of that, our resiliency, you can look at the science of the sun, I guess is what they want to do, or the science of nutrition and diet, and see longevity of life or reproductive rate to say which biological markers are good. Others want to go all the way into the genome itself, analyze genetics, and look at at a viral level. I'm not going that far with it. I'm not going to go that far with you. There's energy and frequencies that we can talk about. And I think if you go too far, it starts to have diminishing returns. But the part that I did love the most was the name dropping that he was doing of like John Brown, um, uh, what was his name? Did he just call it nigga Jeff? He called him Jeff Davis, and then the other Jeff Davis, John Brown, and he mentioned one more as a way of using like celebrities of the time to say, hey, this person was a super Hebrew Christian, and then draw the contrast. This person became senator and became this, and then this person became this, but yet was it an actual progress? And so we saw what happened after 1909. France and Germany and Russia and all of them went back into a heavy war. They start killing millions of each other again. And then we have World War II that happens later. So they start killing millions of each other again. He says it was to carve up Asia, or who has the right to carve up Asia and the Middle East. He said that in 1909. But he also has this undertone, just about this undertone, just about of mixing races as a form of like sexual pleasure. Who do you marry? And that not just being a matter of law, but as a matter of preference. And so I read into that. I read the W.E.B. Du Bois. Hopefully, some of the homies in the B1 network. I know his name isn't Tragic Mulatto. What's his name? I don't actually know his name. One day offline, I might ask him what his real name is, because he's not entirely annoying anymore. But his name used to be Afro Diaspora. And so it's a space where there's so many, especially talking to folks from Harlem, you're talking about people who know about hate, but they may not know, like to the point where they love America and won't leave America, and they see America the great land of opportunity. Is it a matter of vitriol that you stay in America in places like Harlem, while you don't take the expertise and the knowledge where you say your ancestors are? Is that it? Or do they, like the people from the continent of Africa who come over, they get educated, they get some money behind their pockets, why don't they go home? So the diaspora, why are they choosing America as a part of the diaspora versus choosing your own land? They could be in their own land, but yet they would choose America. That's our question as Americans for them, who are the others who come to America. They want to ask us about how we feel about foreigners, and we're accepting foreigners here. Yes, because America must be more attractive than whatever the circumstances were that you were going through. But once you've come to America and gotten your education and your skills, and you have all of this capital that you can take back to wherever it is your land is, and your people, and whatever it is that they're doing in their own countries, do they want to take back American excellence, or are they afraid that returning to their own traditional places would be taking back the truth, which is that America breeds degeneracy, the opposite of that exceptionalism? They think that a beautiful land is torn down, not the beautiful trees and the hills and the flowers and the natural landscape. They think that a beautiful place is Trump's tower, with servants that you ring a bell and servants will deliver you food. All you got to do is Alexander Graham Bell make one phone call, and some servant will deliver you a meal. That's what makes America great. So if they went back to their traditional values, where work wasn't the white man actually having to do real field work or anything really, if you make the white man do anything, he may have a problem with it to earn his dollar. But they would reverse it and say black people are lazy if black people no longer want to do the manual, tedious field labor. They'll say that the Mexicans are dreamers. Those Mexicans or Spanish folks, El Salvador, Ecuador, if they're from Southern America or South America or Latin America, however they want to say it, again, they'll change the words as they want. They're willing to do the work, so they're not lazy. These Negroes are lazy because they used to be willing to do the work. Now they don't want to do the work, so they're lazy. The black woman used to be the hardest working woman in the family. Now she's just educated. Her education makes her think that she's worth the whole white man's dollar without having to actually do work. So she can just sit on the phone and talk and earn 60, 70, $80,000 a year like the white man. She don't have to wash clothes and do laundry and cook meals, and she don't have to do any of that. If she wants to earn a full dollar, she needs to be in her natural state, which is labor intensive work. She needs to be preparing meals, and that's minimum wage. She needs to be taking care of others if she wants to earn a full dollar in our society, because our society is supposed to be geared towards not having to work so hard, taking the intense laborious work out of an industrialized society and casting that type of work onto the backs of those who are willing to accept that type of work. That's not a white woman who's going to accept that type of laborious work. What kind of white woman is going to accept that type of work? What kind of self respecting black woman, a queen, is going to accept picking cotton from sun up to sundown as her life? That's her life. And when we plant something, she'll when we plant something else, she could pick something else. But until we decide that she's not picking our cotton and mending patches on our clothes, that's her life and her job, that or having these babies. Once that black woman decides that she is worth more than that, if she thinks that she's a human being, that's one thing. Let alone if this black woman decides that she has the equal value of man. Not only is a black woman arguing against the fact of being a human being, you think that you're human, you're not an animal, you're not just property. Now you think you have the same value as a man in society? Well, how many men in society do you think you have to go up against in order to prove that you have the same value? Not 25%, not 50 cents on a dollar, not 75%. You want to be whole, and you want to be made whole for every woman in your bloodline that has ever been told otherwise. You might want to be made whole for some of those women who accepted that in America a woman is not a equal value as a man. Or if you're listening to me, you know that that's some absolute bullshit. That was some bullshit when they said it, and just because they said it didn't make it the truth. There are some women whose absolute value as a human being, and I don't care how they write it down or say it, is worth more. And I'm not W.E.B. Du Bois when I say this shit. There are women of every group who are worth more than the average white man. They're just worth more. It's the lie to make me, you want me to believe otherwise. You want me to believe, you either want me to be LGBTQ or something, but you want me to believe that the average white man is better than every woman God has ever created just by the fact that his gender says male. And then you want me to believe the other part of it, that because he is white, that makes him even better than every woman. And then even I just won't do it. That's like trying to convince me to believe that an Asian woman can't produce an Asian baby. That because I'm black, this Asian woman's going to produce a black boy. Get the fuck out of here. You mean to tell me that if these phenotypical characteristics that I have are not as dominant. My nose is pretty big, but it ain't super big. Like, yeah, that nigga got that nigga nose. But if her Asian nose is more dominant than my, that really ain't no nigga. It's a nigga nose. I know a nigga nose, but I done seen some nigga noses. Like, there are phenotypically, generationally, you can look at all of their family and they got the nose. They got it. I was the one who kind of got it. On the left side, that mug flares, but on the other side of my nose, it will not flare up like the full-blown nigga nose. It's like halfway there. It's not even like, how some people, the left side of their face looks like the right side of their face? No, my fucking nose, I didn't even get a full-blown nigga nose. So I'm telling you, it could not have been a dominant, scientifically dominant genetic trait. You see my dad's nose, you see my brother's nose, you see my granddad nose. Them got the nose. I go to my wife family. You see him, you see my son, they got the nose. It just didn't work. It don't work like that. People try to oversimplify something that really ain't that simple. Phenotypically, those dominant character traits that we think look a certain way racially, that is a stupid ass argument. But okay, let's even be as generic as we can and give them that. We're going to now say all Asians look alike. Fuck it. They don't get to be Cambodian. They don't get to be Vietnamese. They don't get to be Chinese. They don't get to be Lao. They don't get to be Hmong. They don't get any of their ethnic or cultural differentiators. We're just going to say they look alike. Like, ain't that a bitch? They don't. I done seen some deep, dark, brown looking Indians and Asians that look nigga. And then culturally, they sound more Western nigga than me. They were going to fuck up on way more words than I am. And they're the model minority in America. You think Asian, you think, oh, smart. You think Asian, you think, oh, science and they're finna do wonders. They would have struggled. They would have struggled way more than me, I would say, on average. If now we're just going to do that now, we're not saying all, we're just going to say on average. And that's their way of saying some of the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. So, an individual Black woman has every right to be and exist and live and be greater than equal to, and we'll use his words, but I'm arguing against him, the average white. I would go further than that and say there are some Black women who are fucking white boys off. And I don't care what praise and adoration you put on these white people. I don't care what you put on some of these Asians. I don't care what you put on Indians, if you want to call them that, or if you want to say American Indian. I don't care if you say Latin American, Mexican, Asian, El Salvadorian, uh, British. I don't give a fuck if you say that the not the Brits, some Brits, London or some shit. There are Black women fucking off the Queen Elizabeth, if you ask me. And that's just my perspective. That's mine. I mean, I know people got theirs to where they can put people on a pedestal. It would be easy to say, European or Eurocentric values, but when we ask them to tear apart that whiteness doesn't exist. What are you? What are you ethnically, racially, or culturally, however you identify, besides just saying you're white? What were your ancestors? See, they called us the savages, but they're the ones who want to eat bloody meat to this very day. They called us the cannibals. That is still something that, man, it went on Netflix and they talked about that white boy that was eating people, and that shit went like, it was super viral. Like so many people were watching and talking about that cannibalism shit, but that was the white boy shit. I don't got the nose, but I got the juice. I appreciate you. I mean, but when we start taking that hate and turning it against each other, we've accepted and starting to normalize it. We're accepting the fallacy. It doesn't make it right. We know that it's hurtful. I was the one who was wrong, because as a youngster, we could talk shit about white people, and then physically we thought that, okay, if they can't whoop us, then that was our one up on white people. I will beat your motherfucking ass right here in this classroom. This teacher ain't finna stop it, you know it. And that was our way, men to men, of dealing with white supremacy from a physical lens. Intimately wise, if you aren't attracted to that, you just aren't. It's the cow and chicken analogy for me. They would have needed zero laws to pass to tell me that there was no uh, intimate relationship sexually between Black and white. That fear was perpetuated by a different messenger. That fear was propagated by a different generation altogether. By the time it got to my generation, they didn't even have to tell me, because it had already been normalized that there was no mosey woseying around with the opposite race. When it came to intimate relationships, you can trust them from a degree of professionalism, social friendship. If that's what you're doing, you can eat and break bread with them, but there were no sexual relations across those lines. That was a violation, to which, if there were laws that needed to be written down, they would criminalize it on one end, or they would decriminalize it, but it was still talking about the same concept. You would have had to show me. I just did not think that it was socially, politically expedient, desirable, or even necessary to date white, to court white. What are you even courting white for? Why are you even entertaining it? It would be essential them saying, well, the problem is drill music. And so I just turn on more drill music, and now I just keep listening to drill music. They said no. That answer would have been a hard no. My argument with W.E.B. Du Bois is that not only was he not saying that it's not a hard no, he was arguing that the opposite, more diversity will, or more sexual diversity will be the benefit. Instead of black folks being in relationships with black folks intimately and keeping it black and black, I believe that it was his position to open it all the way up free. So I think that with that, it puts me at a more conservative, if that's the word, or position than a liberal position. We got to debate it somehow. They don't know W.E.B. Du Bois. They say tragic mulatto, but they don't know his words. And so hopefully I've put in some of his words on this topic into today's conversation so people can feel like they actually know a little bit about the light skinned or the mixed person, black and white, and what their experience was and how they viewed it. And again, this was at the Negro convention. So you're there to answer the question about what are we going to do with black people. If you thought that black people were moving into an experience of saying, what are we going to do with these white people? Then okay, that therein lies some level of delusion. But this was more or less black people determining what black people were going to do with black people. The white folks, that shit is like begging for mercy. When will you, the person who's the egregious violator of human atrocities, asking them to stop doing it? Like, if capitalism was so good, let me ask you this question. How many pages is the tax book? If capitalism was so good, why do they need so many laws around taxes? Why is their framework for capitalism so complicated if capitalism is the best system that the world should have? Why is it so complicated? Why is there so many tax laws and all of that? And why are we trillions of dollars into debt? That would be the scientific debate that I use to tell you that white people are not superior. They're not superior in positions of authority, just like when they weren't in positions of authority in Europe, Europe wasn't shit. Europe getting its enlightenment from the other civilizations and ethnic groups of the world has not helped them. And the idea that W.E.B. Du Bois says, which is, well, make love to them, give them a baby, and their children would probably have a better chance of surviving. I say the verdict is not out on that yet. There would still need to be the people who are even willing to have a conversation from the lens of biracials. We've seen a couple of angry biracials previous in YouTube, Princella the P, who's extending the LGBTQ liberal argument for their validation, and then the angry biracial who was a stolen valor person whose military experience did not result in what he considered a true worthwhile experience. And so after the military, he put out a lot of false and dangerous and messed up allegations even about the military part. What do you think about violence in the world? And so he kind of made the violence end, even like he tried to claim it, like started saying there was grave invasions of people's homes in Egypt or Israel or wherever he said he was. His story is way more complicated than I like to give credit to, but he is the angry biracial. And then there's a lady, Princella, who's racially ambiguous as she wants to be behind the camera, who is also making some waves for the biracial and science and validating their experience in mating and dating, not liking the black American man and then putting white on a pedestal. I don't think that her, in this case, she still doesn't have the power. She is still the one who is more or less wanting to be chosen, but that power still rests within men to make the decision on who they impregnate. And for her, we still live in a society where even if she was impregnated by force, society is telling her that she doesn't have the power to say kill the baby, but that if he really wanted to, even as the rapist, the white man or biracial, if a white man or biracial wanted to take advantage of a black woman, the black woman by law would still be under the dependency of them versus having the agency for herself. And so, because of that, it's hard for me to put the accountability on the black woman in a society where she's still fighting to say human is okay, let alone do I have to keep fighting that man and woman gender wise are equal. Y'all read that Bible and now you think that man is of a greater value than a human woman. And that to me sounds gay, but love your masculine God all you want and all the fathers before you who told you that God is in the image of man and love him with your whole heart and that women should be subordinate to you because you have a penis and she has a vagina and because you are physically able to hurt her or harm her, that's the reason why she should submit. That ability to enact violence is not a degree of love, so therefore it's not God power, it's imbalance. Your ability to kill something, if you really feel that bad about the world, then I'm gonna leave the rest of that comment to itself. But yeah, we do not have to be your victims because you become unhinged as a white person or as a mixed race person. Our identity is good as black or as not you. Swarthy, Negro, colored, black, American Indian, black American, diaspora, whatever label they go with next, that's on them. When we start to accept those labels, we become dangerous to our very own livelihood. And there was those times and we're still guilty of it, whereas black men, we become guilty of entertaining the danger that our black women have to cry out or die from. So anti-black femicide, if you actually know, then you would do a little bit more. If you have passion and love within yourself, maybe this message was for you and that's why you rock with me. But there might be somebody in your network who doesn't know that there are every once in a while people who have other conversations, not on the surface level. When we'll talk about race and ethnicity, we're talking about nations and people, Anglo-Saxons and shit. And just because there are some wealthy families does not mean we don't talk about those people today. English is not better than African. Yet some people who seem to believe that England is a better country than Africa is a continent. They've allowed that to be the very basis which they say the dumbest things in public. We can accept it or we can reject it. You are now better prepared to accept or reject W.E.B. Du Bois and his views on the evolution of race. And you're welcome. Um, what is it? Free, what is it? Not free, fair use. Hold on, let me do the fair use for all of that content which comes from the book in his mind. He ain't here to argue against it, but there could be some Du Bois who want to go off and sue and like, hey, that he read the exact chapter. Yeah, I read the chapter. I added a little bit of my insight and what I believe to be true and not true. My perspective is I think if the men can't defend women, then our children won't stand a chance. So we need more men who are willing to actually defend women, not to jump on the bandwagon and find individual women to say, see, y'all are the reason why this is it's not going to work as long as y'all women. And because again, you're just jumping on the bandwagon of making women accountable for things that are outside of their power. And the men, the black men, the Asian men, the Mexican or Ecuadorian men, or the American Indian men have not done what they need to do to render the white man's power, let alone to make the accountability about what the black woman hasn't done to render the white man's power. My argument would be that it's more dangerous. It's just as dangerous when W.E.B. Du Bois tries to placate that in order to validate diversity. And it's just as equally dangerous if the black woman then turns around and says, well, yes, let me accept that it is now for me to move into spaces and assume that the white man is superior stock. That would be equally as dangerous. W.E.B. Du Bois wanted them white women, though, and I read it. If you disagree with me, be sure to leave me a comment if you disagree. But after reading all of that and getting all of them $1,000,000 words out the way, I think he was trying to say we have a right to white women. Let me know if you disagree, though. It's controversial. I read it out loud. He's talking about race, and he's using the words. You let me know what you think, though. B1. Oh, wait. Fair use. Here we go. Queen Cascade. Appreciate it.
Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
Yo. B1 Brother Moses, that's all I got. Thank y'all for rocking with me, and I am out. Oh, wait. 4 comments. I forgot to check the comments this time. The white man saved black women. Talk that shit. The white man, you got to be out of your fucking mind. The black woman was ever in a position to be saved from any of the spiritual, economic, or violent physical dangers that were posed to the black woman, then it was only the black woman who had to identify that she was at danger and then take those steps to save herself from said dangers. But in America, the black woman is not safe now. What do you mean that she is safe from white man? The white man isn't freeing himself from 33 trillions of dollars in debt. The white man isn't at a surplus in capitalism, though he seems to say that America is about capitalism and we're the best nation in the world. Then why are you 33 trillion in debt? It seems and sounds to me that you are getting something wrong. And maybe somebody else will debate that. If you got to nuke some shit and they're still Japanese, they're still doing pretty good culturally, ethnically, they're like number 2 in debt, but you nuked them out of all the civilizations in the world. You nuked them and they have a lot of debt, and it's not 33 trillion, but relative to the amount of their GDP, yeah, America ain't doing good, man. We're doing bad, and that bad makes people think that it's good. But get the fuck out of here. That ain't good. Your ability to blow up the world does not make you powerful. That makes you just as dumb as you've ever been. Oh, do you believe that the white man is actually all powerful and the most powerful, that America is the most powerful, powerful? Well, y'all keep defining it in ways that it would make sense for you. I know it makes sense for you to believe that power is the ability to destroy some shit. That's why there's no God in you. That would not be power. Power is the ability to create. You keep basing American power on our ability to destroy. We've been in all these wars, Iraq, Afghan. Did all of that destruction make us more powerful? All of that damn destruction just made them violent. You got killers out there that is just walking killers. But does that make them powerful? You got them motherfuckers, they did all of that powerful killing, and now they're living under bridges, and people don't even want to look their way. They can have the veteran uniform on, living under the bridge, and you got more Americans who will drive right by that person. What do you mean that's power? All of these wars and the Pact Act, they had to write it down. I started reading about the Pact Act, and they are just, they were always veterans were able to be approved and veterans who were being denied. There was a good number of people that they just started accepting, and I'm talking about thousands. And when I looked and it said World War II veterans who are being accepted now, that makes me say, why were they being denied if America loves veterans and soldiers? Why was the American government, VA, whoever it is that you want to put it on, the white man or the system, finding it in itself to deny benefits and coverage to so many World War II veterans? How old is World War II for your country, our country, to still be denying veterans benefits? A World War II veteran, and you just now said yes? Vietnam veteran, and you're just now saying yes to full benefits for them, and you think that that's called power? That's obviously not power. All of that death and destruction that you didn't do shit. The world is still breeding. It's still just the Europeans who seem to can't get breeding right. You got other countries saying, okay, well, we'll do 2 kids the maximum and putting in a law and man, come on, man. Anyway, until they get it right, and you know, the truth ain't in them, expecting them to actually make those changes, it what do you want from the world? That's too much. If they're the ones who are going to abuse child labor, to tell women that they're property, to tell entire humans that your labor, you're a free human, but and live with that hypocrisy, and then later say, well, that was my grandfather. We're not going to change anything. We just don't believe that you're um mentally fit to be a voter. We just don't think that you're mentally fit to be an employee, especially not an employer. But no, Du Bois got it right. He said the issue of fear was one day that they knew it would not be the average white man who was shining the boots of black person. It would be the very white man that they thought was exceptional and great and talented who still ends up shining the boots of any black man. If there's a Klansman out there, he didn't want any black person, any Asian, to ever be in a position over white people systemically. And if the system was able to 100% and absolutely disenfranchise all blacks based on skin, all women based on gender, it would. But unfortunately, there were people who said, "No, I'm not going to accept it. I'm going to reject it." Today, we have a whole lot of media where people are accepting the LGBTQ terms and conditions, and they're saying it's not more dangerous. And then you have those folks who are saying, while that might be where you're going, do your own research. Is it dangerous? It's safe for you? Is it somewhere where you feel you would want to be? If you don't want to do your own research, then it is normal for you to say, "Well, I'm straight, heterosexual relationship." But don't let the media be the thing that caused you to believe something so stupid and so crazy that your life is forever altered. Like there are some women, grown women, who because they were with what they considered a traditional man, their credit score is nothing. They never had credit. They never went to a banking establishment. They don't even have bad credit. They just have no credit. So their entire life, they could be an owner. They could have schools, franchises, salons, whatever potential actually is. They compromised that or negotiated it because of the additional value of marriage. They chose a man. There are men who would love for you to subjugate yourself and repress yourself to whatever condition works best for them. And then there are some people who are willing to challenge that. Um, if it works best for you and you're good with it, and that's good, there are some people who just get stuck there. Like, I'm doing what I'm comfortable with. And so that adventure trait is not something that's important to them. They are consistent with what they like, i.e., I have family in the South. I could tell them I have 300 acres of beautiful land. Not only are they not inclined to do any type of farming and subsistence farming and none of that shit, they don't want to ride no ATVs. They don't even just want to, none of that shit. They ain't leaving the South. So there are others who are just comfortable when they're there. And so they would take that. This dude said Candace Owens would eat me alive, bro. Why do you say that? Because she believes. What do you actually believe about Candace Owens? Because she said the white man is better than the black man and slept that way and produced white. I think she produced black kids or mixed kids. I think that she would be in her right to call her kids mixed race, and for the rest of her life she can make those. But that does not give her the knowledge or the skills to debate. Her going off of the talking points that feel comfortable, they would feel comfortable for somebody operating in a space where they want to make more divested relationships. But her humanness, her human experience, what do you think is a eater about Candace Owens? Like, she ain't eating the LGBT community. I don't see her throwing these gays and sissies and shit under the bus like that. She ain't making motherfucking posts calling them F bombs and doing all type of egregious shit to out those folks. She talk about oh, they're in schools and they're reading books to little kids. Like, what the hell is that gonna eat me alive? Oh, those trans, the trans community, they read books to third graders. That makes them bad. Do you really want a trans person reading a book to a third grader? Like, get the fuck out of here. That is not a debate position that that eats. Are you uncomfortable around gay people? Nobody cares if you're uncomfortable around gay people. Her non-traditional values is just a woman coming from a very liberal democratic position, finding herself in access and proximity to a white man that she does have interest in, and him not having to take it, and that proving to her that there is a good in some white men. Not all white men can be the devil if she's sexually and physically attracted to one, and that person did not manifest great culture in order for her to be attracted to him. She didn't have to experience that. The data for her did not have to be a personal ad hominem attack where she felt in danger of losing any certain privileges as a Black woman. For her, she had everything to gain with her access and proximity to whiteness. And similar, when she went and had the conversation at the Senate or the judiciary hearing, she asked for, what is the data? Show us that white supremacy is actually committing heinous crimes in America. She wanted to know, if police are so bad and all of these crimes are happening, show us that hate crimes are data and statistically as relevant as repression. But personally, she did not have to desire a Brandon Tatum the way he didn't desire her. Brandon Tatum can desire a white girl or a Mexican Hispanic, just like she can desire a white person of traditional English or Anglo-Saxon. Anglo, most likely. Protestant, Anglo. He can get him a schmuck bucket little white trailer park trash, whatever Brandon Tatum's lady was before she became the lady of the law for him and laid down the household law. Or we can start talking about her acceptance of Andrew Tate and human trafficking being not a significant issue. That as long as women are willing to be in that line, willing to be prostitutes, that's the individual argument. Individualism trumps the collective for people like Candace Owens. As long as she can get a white man, then Black women would do better to just avoid the degenerates wherever the degenerates are. As long as Thomas Sowell can get him a little Asian white woman, as long as Thurgood Marshall can get him a little Asian white woman, there's an option out there other than reproducing what your ancestors are, if it's your mom and dad or your grandparents are the ones that make you no longer like Black people, that make you sexually and intimately desire the other folks. But cow and chicken argument, that's a different rearing. I don't know all the traumas that would make her say that, you know what I'm saying, that she seems to be a human Black woman. But when she looks and sees something walk out of the cave that is not a human Black person, she could look at it and say, Neanderthalis, I find value in you. She looks at it, it's hairy all on its neck, it's hairy, you can see its pupils, but it can grow hair on its, not just its eyelids, but its entire face. It could shave its eyelid because it grows hair on its eyelids, not like eyelashes, not like eyebrows, not like a mustache and sideburns. Its entire face will turn woolly, and she can look at it and say, oh, it's cute, like Snoopy, a little puppy dog. So a human Black woman can look at that and find value in it. That's her experience. I was raised with a different set of traumas, of course, where my dad is actually from the South. They instilled a different perpetual state of fear that said, I don't even know why you would begin to look. If you look at that the wrong way, it can be dangerous for not just you, but everybody in our household. She wanted data about hate crimes because all she knew is that her lust for whiteness could be that's something that can be fulfilled. It's tangible. There's a sensation that she wanted. She needed proof and evidence, not love. In her real experience, there could be the degrees of hatred that she's learned. She wasn't born that way, though. When you say she would eat me alive, bro, Fox 200, Candace Owens isn't even her last name. You don't even respect her. So I know you don't believe that shit. You don't respect the white man that she married, let alone do you respect her for choosing him. You just saying what you think sound good on the internet. But it ain't true. As a black woman, she has the right to walk in her fullness as a black woman, whether she married a white man or not. She can find her validation in very good spaces other than Larry Elder, who always plays this whiny as, oh, it's not because I'm black. It's not because I'm black. He's one of those type of degenerates. That's her mentor. And of course, the Thomas Sowells or the Walter Williams, who was supposed to be an economist, but if he's a great economist, why were black people so poor? And your best argument between Walter Williams and Thomas Sowell is the same argument that W.E.B. Du Bois said in 1909. It's circular and it doesn't get us anywhere. It's just not helpful. Go along to get along and just accept the conditions that are merely because they are is not going to help her win a debate. She still has to overcome, I didn't get my degree. That's what she has to overcome. Because she didn't want to get her degree, her emotional, sentimental feelings. Oh, I'm a black mother. Do you believe that you can have a black child? Or do you believe you've had your husband's child, a white child? Or did you create a mixed family? And then ask her why was that important to you? And then go back and read The Evolution of Race by W.E.B. Du Bois and see where she aligns. It's not on her, though. She's just a woman. So her debate, let me see. I would almost want to ask you, what do you think she could win in a debate on? Because if you think that America, the capitalist democratic society, is exemplary for their democracy, the president ordered his vice president to stop the surge or the count. He didn't want him to certify the democratic election process. During the election, people on January 6th supported it, and they told him as a president he did not incite a riot to the Capitol. They said, no, you're not guilty of inciting this riot when you were sending people to invalidate the election. So are you telling me that it was a real election, or are you telling me that it wasn't? Which position are you telling me? Are you telling me that it was a real election, or are you it was a stolen election like Candace Owens? That it was stolen. Which one are you first? Before you run, what do you think? Because Candace Owens was the person who went and sat with Congress talking about the hate crimes or the hate crime bill. And there is a need to have the conversation which is more inclusive and say, well, the black man, he didn't, they put the knee on his neck. He didn't need to die. And so they actually wrote a bill regarding him. Nobody cares. She had a conversation, i.e., intercourse about it, but her position in life favors the white man. I would just want to know does she favor the Hebrew interpretation that says you had a white child, or does she believe she's able to have a black child? Maybe she's like what I believe. You had a mixed child because you believe that you're black, he's white, y'all came together, had a baby. That's a mixed child. If you're Hebrew, they believe that that baby's white. She might be super liberal and just say my baby's mixed because she gives herself agency. She would have to give herself agency to say mixed. But the world in reality will look at that little baby, and will that baby receive whiteness or will that baby receive blackness? And do you believe that blackness is a good thing to receive or a bad thing to receive? I'm going to treat you like I treat any average black person, versus I'm going to treat you like any average black person is able to treat any average white person. I'm going to treat you like absolute shit. Segregation. I don't give a flying fuck about none of y'all. Y'all are over there dying at like 65 years old, the sun burning your skin to death. Your appetite or your diet is consuming your internal organs, and you still refuse to change. There is no scientific argument that will help white people to stop wanting to kill themselves, but it will help them talk shit about diabetes. It will help them, they'll use science to talk about glucose levels and sugar levels, while at the same time owning it, that America is one of the most obese countries, nations in the obesity rate in America is preposterous. You can't put that on black women because black people as a whole only make up a fraction of America. W.E.B. Du Bois said 10 million. It's about 40 million of us. How is 40 million driving obesity that as a nation we have the highest? It's not. They want to eat themselves to death. They think that they can kill everybody, but the fight doesn't actually happen as a form of a fight. The European does a better job when they're trying to annihilate themselves with destruction. But when they are annihilating the other groups, yeah, what history, people say they nearly drove the American Indian, some clans, to extinction. And then there are others who are like, nah, it didn't happen. They just changed the status and the classification. People moved out their way because, yes, they were into burning things to the ground. Not just people, the entire landmass just up in smoke for days. And they considered that superior. Some of us disagree. How long have we had the ability to blow the world up all of these times? And instead of us going into a greater degree of love, we see a greater degree of debt in America. The rate to which we are borrowing is exponential. The rate to which we are borrowing. It's bad when somebody gives you a payment plan, but you need to keep borrowing. And for us, we needed an agreement to not kill anybody else. Basically, America won't kill the rest of the people in the world if they allow us to keep borrowing this fast. Because if they told us we can't borrow $1 million every second, we would be bankrupt. We would have to own the fact that we don't produce what we say we produce. We borrow at an enormous rate, $1 million a second. And if we ever had to be held accountable, or the white men were ever held accountable for the rate to which they borrow debt, then it would already change the world's view on how good the white man or the European is. If you just insinuate, China insinuates that that America is no good for its debts because it is borrowing so much to the trillions. Like, okay, America, we're going to hold you, or America, can you hold yourself to only borrow in the hundreds of millions? Can you do that? And America is like, no, we will nuke you. We will kill everybody over there, man, woman, and children, before America stops borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. Billions. Because we're in the trillions, but they think that America means good. So what would Candace Owens debate? That we are economically good, we are economically viable, that capitalism is winning, that capitalism is better than communism, when communism wasn't supposed to be about the capital, but communist China is buying all of the American goods, and the Republican side is, oh, they're talking about China, because China was buying $100 billion worth of treasury notes and debts every, yeah, that's communist China buying 100 billion in American goods. So how good is America if the communist country is the one bailing you out? Now you're trillions of dollars in debt and you can't stop going deeper and deeper into debt. But you want us to believe that that makes you good. Nigga, what war did you win? You talk about America from the lens of we're so great. What war do you actually believe the American military won? You let me know. Fox 2000. What were the conditions that we won a war as Americans? What war? Was it the war on drugs? What war did American military industrial complex win? We nuked Japan and they are still doing better debt-wise than we are today. Did we need to get nuked in order for us to actually have a positive, like, what are we doing? No, y'all white folks like to lie to each other, and that's what you believe is supreme, playing who is the better liar, who is the better deceiver. You can look at the numbers and see $33 trillion in debt is the opposite of a positive result of capitalism. You wouldn't have gone 33 trillion in debt if you believed you were doing the good thing, unless for some reason you believe being in debt or being a slave to somebody else's country or people is a good thing. Who do you believe put us, America, in this much debt? Do you blame white people and Asians? I mean, black people and Asians and Mexicans and shit? Or do you blame white people? Do you blame the people who were in power and writing the laws and passing the laws and borrowing the money? Or do you blame the people who it was spent on after they borrowed it? Do you believe the people who had the power to say, yes, we will borrow $33 trillion? Or do you believe the people who were able to issue them $33 trillion in debt? What do you even call power when you say Candace Owens would eat me alive? Her, the Thomas Sowell, that coon ass Virginia ass nigga, he couldn't stand on his principle. He just wanted to date outside of blackness. Thurgood Marshall, date outside of blackness. W.E. Du Bois, date outside of blackness. No, I think when a black person has decided to have a white person's baby, you think that that makes them better than the average black person. Fox 2000. This fool said, so you need credit to grow. Let me put this on the screen. That's America. Go talk to your presidents. Go talk to your congressmen. Go talk to them talking about, oh, we have to pass these bills or we're going to shut down America. And if we shut down America, oh, they're saying defund the police. You need credit to feel safe and to grow in America. Otherwise, there's no safety. If we defund the police, we won't be safe in America. Why? What's wrong with these white people? Why are they trying to stop a legitimate democratic election process? Why are they saying that it was a great lie? Why are they saying that we stole the democratic process? But at the same time, you got Americans who are saying America is best in the world because we are a free democracy and we have capitalism. We're the deepest in debt. In our democracy, the president sent his vice president to stop the certification of that democratic election process. So which one is it? Oh, yeah, and the nuclear weapons. Right. So what argument do you think she could win in? Only thing that she's talking about is the LGBTQ community reading books to children and why that's so bad. She doesn't like the voice of trans or their presence inside of the American classroom. That is literally her strongest argument. She does not want the trans community inside of the early education system gaining access to the very malleable minds of American youth, children. Trans should not have unfettered paid for access. The trans community should not be paid to go inside of the community and educate the community about the trans um freedoms and rights and what it means to be trans and getting all the pills and medication and when they came out and living their life as the opposite or the non-gender now. That's her strongest argument. And if that is her strongest argument, I would welcome her to eat me alive on it. But race, economics, democracy, capitalism, shut the front door. How? Merely by having a baby by them does not mean you've won the argument. I have a baby by a black woman. That doesn't mean that because I didn't swirl or my wife didn't swirl that that debate wins against hate crimes. It just doesn't. And so, debate. It would be better to preserve your unique culture and not have it eradicated. And the eradication of other ethnic groups that are not white, that concept is more detrimental. And just because she can have the baby of a white man does not mean that her position of destroying blackness or the others, if that would be her position, she can birth it and do so, but that doesn't necessarily means that that's her belief system. She might truly believe that if she could eliminate the melanin out of her own skin and only produce children who pass 100% as white, that is a thing. No, I think she's more articulate and intelligent than that. That intercourse is beyond who she slept with, that it's about who can she debate. And in this case, the white man, I think she believes her blackness might be equal to his whiteness. How does that manifest itself? As mixed versus being, did she create a black child? I, on the other hand, say the only way that you can create black child is if you have a black mother and father. If they're not black, you're going to create more mixed. And the best that you can do is to keep producing mixed. If they're not white, and again, I say, what are you calling white? French, all of them the above, Russian, whatever it is, they get all of the whiteness, just like they say, oh, you're American Indian, what tribe are you with? Like, for real, you're white. What white are you with then? What tribe are you with? You fucking Neanderthal, if that's the case. You're Neanderthal is 3 or whatever. You're Roman white. You're whatever that fucking means, because Rome was a hodgepodge. You're Mediterranean white, or you're Scandinavian white. Like, that shit doesn't mean anything. But for those who it means something to, yeah, it might seem like it means something. In debate, the ability to seamlessly use emotion and logic, I think, goes to women. I think women make better debaters than men in general. But eat in debate, I haven't seen Candace Owens eat anything in debate. You would, and I would allow you to, if you're still there, Fox 2000, to drop a link. You would have to drop me a link of where you think Candace Owens has eaten on any topic in debate. When it came down to hate crimes, she said, where's the data? That's her position. Where's the data? It's been years, and even the police departments themselves are not willing to blatantly classify things hate crimes. It's like making the people who commit rape testify against themselves. The people who don't report rape cannot be held accountable for the rape in America. And just because the American judicial system is not writing it down doesn't mean that it's not happening. Likewise, because she's a woman who freely gave herself to the white man does not allow her, doesn't mean that she gets to invalidate the experience of any other black woman who decided that she just didn't want to be with a black man. Candace Owens can choose white. That's on Candace. Candace Farmer married a white man. But that doesn't make her any better than a divester who just says, look, my personal experiences with black men make me believe that other than black is a better case. But in this case, I think you're still just referring to the fact that either gender, or I don't know what it is that you may have seen or heard from Candace Owens where you think that she actually cooks, but she doesn't cook from a representation of blackness. She only cooks from a representation of this mixed nothingness or this other. She's not going to advocate for white being superior. She's not going to advocate against the black being not being inferior, excuse me. Like it just doesn't work that way. She would see the mixing. I'm against that mixing. In order for there to even be black, somebody got to be black. In order for there to be white, white needs to stay distinctly white. But white has a job of telling us what white is and not telling us that all the whiteness that there is, English and French and Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, Catholic, Zoroastrianism, Neo-Aryan, Indian, white Asian, you got white Mongolian, white Russian, white from Genghis Khan. All of y'all have different enemies. All of y'all have different ancestors, and y'all just say, "Well, we're white," and make that whiteness like that's better than something. No, that shit don't mean something in the same way as if I said I'm African, that makes me better than white. Somebody would have to say, "Well, what kind of African are you?" So we can even start to have that conversation and look at your culture. She don't get it just because white is white and white is culture. What do you think is good about white culture in general or specific to the actual group of people who would have owned it? And in what case do you think white folks owned any exceptionalism with the absence of anybody other than a white person? Show me in history where you think white people by themselves did great good things other than the destructive shit. Show me. What do you consider good in the world that they've been able to deliver in absence of the others? Right. You're telling me that people who did not know that there was a zero, who did not know one, created a system. There was no Dewey Decimal. They couldn't count. I mean, to this very day, I think people put a lot on Americans because they think Americans are the cream of the crop in the world, but they do not give any credence to the illiteracy in America. They think that these folks with their third grade reading literacy levels are something big. White people have created this paradigm, this illusion where a third grade English reading level of knowledge is better than, oh, you have history that goes back to before Jesus Christ, and they can walk inside your, what you consider the boundaries of your country, territory, take out the dead bodies of your ancestors and put them in another building on their land, call that shit a museum, and we say white people got it. America is the best. That's not the way that this breaks down, bro. Capitalism is broken down by the numbers. It's about money. And if you're 33 trillion in debt, that means you're losing, stupid. Democracy is about fair elections. If your election was about, oh, this is cheating, it's rigged, I need the vice president to not certify it, then that is the opposite of a flourishing democracy. If they're sending people to riot at your Capitol, and yeah, if you have to send your riot, your Capitol police, and you got people dying in your election, like you're in Africa, but you're America, those are signs of worsening conditions. But Candace Owens wants to say, oh, it was better. It was better because why do you think that it was better when black people were, in the 60s and the 50s? Black people in the black family was better when the black family was intact under the conditions of Jim Crow and slavery. It was better. Why do y'all keep saying that? Y'all hear her say this shit and you sound just like the people who say, well, these people need to go to Africa. What part of fucking Africa do you think they need to go to where it will be better? And when do you start to say, well, when these Caucasians go back to Europe, then it could be better if maybe the Caucasians went back to Europe, not the blacks go to Africa. And as long as they don't have to deal with the Caucasian part, then they'll be all right. They have to accept that Caucasians are in this position, which is why they think Fox 2000, Candace Owens would eat you alive, bro. I don't know why you say that. That's interesting. When it's time for me to debate, if I have 4 minutes, I'm only going to give you 4 minutes of information in the debate. That's it. That's all I'm going to share. I'm going to give you what is right and exact, and that's it. And then it's up to you to determine whether or not you like the information or not. You can like Candace Owens, but what do you think she can debate? A black woman with pro-white interests? That's what you're saying? That more black women just need to be more pro-white? And once black women learn to be more pro-white as a sign of not being anti-black, accept your pro-whiteness, then that would make you a stronger person. Like, no, your human strength was already vested in you before you married somebody else. You didn't have to change political parties. You didn't have to read the dumbest Negroes. Thomas Sowell was a macroeconomist. Walter Williams were supposed to be economists. What did they do for the economy while they were alive? How are y'all giving praise and kudos to these niggas who didn't do shit? You're giving them titles. She follows Larry Elder, who followed under Thomas Sowell and Walter Williams. They spent the narrative of why black men were bad, why black men deserve opportunity. And that way they got access to other groups' women. But y'all think that those black men did something for America or did something for black men? What did Thomas Sowell actually do as an economist? Answer me that. How did Thomas Sowell improve the economy for black people? Either in Virginia, South Carolina, where he's from, or Virginia, which is right there. Where did he actually improve the economy for blacks? Somebody tell me where Thomas Sowell or Walter Williams actually improved the economy for either their community or black people bigger than them. Stop with this bullshit intellectualism that y'all say Candace Owens is smart. What do you think she actually stands on then? Is there any position that Candace Owens Farmer actually stands on that you think she eats on? Because to me, it still sounds like a whole lot of black women are the welfare case, and I'm black and I married a white man, so I don't have those issues going on. And if you think white people are so bad, why is it that the police aren't reporting hate crimes? But again, it's like still asking the grapist to stop graping. You have to get that through to the grapist. The victims not reporting isn't the issue here in America. Y'all see America is 30-something trillion in debt, but the white people can still say that, oh, capitalism is the best system in the world. If you don't like capitalism, go somewhere else. You don't have to see it. I'm just going by the definition. You say it's good. If it's good, why are you not creating surplus? Why are you creating debt to the tunes of trillions? How many other entire countries or landmass add up to just the amount of debt that America is being afforded at the mercy of other nations, at the mercy of those communists, at the mercy of those big bad Russian communists or Chinese communists? Oh, Moses, you sound like you hate America. No, you motherfuckers, what drives me is that you love America, you think you love the idea of capitalism, but you see it failing. Why would you still say we're doing good? Why are we acting like we're in the positive instead of in the red, the negative? Why are we showing it that $33 trillion we're making, like every couple of months, the federal government does this little argument about shutting down because they cannot afford it. But Candace Owens makes this conversation seem, or just including her, would make it seem like we're talking about welfare cases again, black women on welfare again, and the black single mom. No, she's not a single mom. She got married. Does it make it any better because she married a white man? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? The issue was never about making the white man seem to be better. If she was good, then she should have the choice to choose who the fuck she wants to marry. And whether it was black or white, it's not I don't care. I don't. It's mixed. If she wanted it to be black, she obviously would have had to only go black. Black man, black woman produce black. The only reason why it matters is because she chooses otherwise. Black woman, white man, and then she gets to decide if she believes that it's the Hebrew version of the Bible and God's chosen people in black. Does black in America means my child is a reflection of the history of the legacy of black slavery, or is my child now light-skinned enough to pass as a mulatto? She creates the tragic mulatto when she says, I want a very liberal understanding. She doesn't align with the evangelicals who would have said whites for white and black for black. She doesn't align with that shit when she intermarries. She aligns with W.E.B. Du Bois when she intermarries and then gives the babies to that other species or whatever the fuck it is, that white boy. She validates the white. And as long as white men are in a position to have any other groups of women validate them, then they're good with it. It's only when those groups deny them when it becomes grape or a violation, or when those other groups need real men to stand on principle. The white man does not have to stop access to the black woman that the black woman is freely given to the white man. If the black woman has no choice, then she doesn't have the agency to stop the white man from taking access from her. Even if she didn't want to be around him, he can keep coming, and there's nothing that she can do to stop him from coming. Until she can trust again the black man to defend and protect against the white man, or against the others, black men, Asian men, whoever is the actual physical threat for grape, then she doesn't have any blame. So why do you think she would beat me in a debate? My debate ain't for her. She's already caught up in that. What do you mean? Do you think that she can now turn back around and not have kids by a white man? Like, that shit don't work. Do you think she could turn back around now and say, well, even though I was raised Christian, I no longer believe that the black woman is not responsible for the ethnicity or the race of the child. I was raised Christian, I was raised Hebrew, I was raised Protestant. Now I believe that my child is mixed race. You think she's going to wake up now and say that my child is not black? Do you think she's going to wake up and say my child is not mixed race? Or do you think she's going to wake up and say my child has at least 50 cents on a dollar for whiteness? At least 50 cents. Or do you think that her child, she's going to educate her child to say I'm white because her husband is white, and her religion teaches her that the child is the status of the father now that the Civil War in the 1870s and the 1870 was hard, but then the 1700s is over, and the status is not the black woman. Historically, it used to be, well, you're the status of the mother when it came to these type of conversations, but that she is no longer property, she can now determine. And do you think Candace Owens Farmer is going to say my child is black or mixed or white? Do you think the husband, the white father, is going to say this child is white because I'm white and I'm Protestant? I believe like the Hebrews believe. This child is white. Or do you think he says it's a mixed child? Do you think they can go back in time? Or do you actually understand that they talk conservative shit, but she is not that? She would be the opposite. She would need to be accepted with all of her flaws, and her children, her husband, they have to accept her very liberally in the radical conservative right or the evangelical side. They ain't about all of that race mixing shit. She's the one trying to make it seem like it's okay to produce racially mixed up kids. That's her. At some point with her decisions. It's not a debate for me. My wife is black. My children are black. And if she just so happens to be the kind of woman to go against the very norm of religion and society in America and tell the world that her kids are black, I would be more in line to support her then than to just assume she was going to beat a nigga in a debate. If she doesn't say that her kids are black, I don't hold no vitriol for her. She's not my cup of tea, so I name drop her all the time. She represents the other side of the argument where you're very liberal, very democratic, very all of that other shit, diversity and inclusion, but you seem to try to have positions on principle that are against your life. You sleep, you breathe, you've given your trust and your fidelity to whiteness. You accept whiteness as superior only when you accept that your children aren't black, because that would be dismissing what she is to me, which is a black woman. Again, white men don't have to acknowledge the agency, political, social, religiously. The church doesn't have to acknowledge the agency of the black woman. You can continue to pay all the tithes and offerings to keep the church afloat, and they still do not ever have to let you be the minister, the pastor, the bishop, the angel of the church. Just go be an usher, be on the mother's board. Hell, join the choir and entertain the lost. But you cannot be the reverend of a church as a woman. Get your ass underneath the foot of men. I don't care if they're black or white. The church can do that to you. But yes, there are women who will not be able to. I believe, like the way that they try to say that there are gay people who like to, they say it now, they were assigned it by somebody else, but once they came of age, now they're identifying as something else. They say they were misassigned. I think that that's bullshit. It's hard for me to believe that way. I believe that there are women who were not assigned any degree of punk bitch. None. Like there are black women that I have met that you would have thought that those feminine characteristics of being submissive and docile and not talking back, not having an opinion when you're talking to a man or an adult man, for that case, not being too sassy with the other races because you don't want to come off as too hyper masculine or masculine identified and all of those things. No, I've met black women, they don't have any punk bitch in them. They got extra courage. No back down. They just weren't raised, learned. But it seemed like if y'all are going to give the argument that people can be born gay, then I know women who were born with zero punk bitch in them. None, nigga, none. You may have drank that Kool-Aid in your sippy cup, but they couldn't afford all that. She went straight from the nipple, and her grandma wasn't no punk bitch. Y'all family didn't have pistols. They grandmama had a little 38 or a little something in her handbag. It's different. Y'all were raised to back down to white people and get off the side of the sidewalk and walk in the street and walk in the mud. There are some blacks who weren't raised like that. That's not in them. Their DNA structure has other than bitch ass nigga written all in their DNA code. Them ATGs and Cs, they write something. It's different minerals and riboflavin. It's something different in their bloodline. They ain't dying when the sun start cooking them. They'll stand in that heat and work all day. Versus some of these other folks, man, they got way too much white in them. You get any sun on them and oh my God, I'm sweating. I'm sweaty, makes me sticky and stinky. And I don't like to stick and I don't like to stink. Man, they would not survive anything. Like you would hear them, and let alone validating violence. You like how you ain't killed yourself with that fucking voice. You'll just be mad as hell. Like if you can only complain about shit your whole life, like have you ever met that coworker? People put way too much on love and whiteness. I've met far too many ridiculously lazy, incompetent, and fucking just horrible people. You don't want to be around them, white people. For y'all to keep making it seem like they are superior and the black woman is bitch. Or like he said, a whore. If they can make it seem like the black woman in the workforce is somehow going to try to fuck the white man. Candace Owens, farmer. If she can get access, that means she'll find somebody to sleep with. So thus, black women need to be viewed as a threat intimately for white access. If they can't get his money through, birthright, I mean, if they're not already white, she will sleep white to have access to white resources. And I think this shit is stupid. It's still applying this concept that she doesn't have a functioning potential in her own mind. The real reality is, if these starving, degenerate European whites who get off the boat are not put in any position of anything other than normal, if they are the ones looking at, okay, I don't need 25 cent either just because I'm white and the rest of your society is more swarthy. If they can understand that they are just a human being, then we could get somewhere. We stop retrogression, we stop going the opposite direction. First and foremost, men have to identify that the gender war is dumb. Men thinking that we are better than women just merely because we have more meat between our legs is dumb. And the idea that justifying it with violence, I can just beat your ass, is dumb. We have nuclear weapons that can blow this bitch up, and it ain't changed shit. All of that violence ain't changing shit. It will drive you towards worsening conditions, but it is not getting to what you actually wanted, which is love. Love is more powerful than fear. This fear shit that they think actually works is just an excuse. Ain't nobody scared of them bitch ass white boys. Just like if it's 10 of us walking down the street, they should not automatically assume that 10 black people equals a threat of violence. We don't give them, nor do we accept that argument that they are naturally afraid of black people. We don't give them a 24/7, 365 pass to kill swarthy and black people, man, woman, and child, under the auspices of fear. That's some Fox camp stuff where they think white people are so superior and they're so in danger, their stock is so valuable that means they get to nuke and kill and Arlie class Burke and do everything of degeneracy to the rest of the world of color. That answer is no. And even though we have people in our society who are more accepting than they should be and pushing a propagation that white people are the cream of the crop, I mind you again to understand that even the average white boy systemically can get his ass thoroughly whooped by a strong black woman. And grandma was 5 foot nothing with that pistol in her purse. He walk up talking that dumb shit. If my grandma's the one with the gun, then it don't matter how loud that white boy demands anything. My grandma stands just an equal chance if she's the one with the bad weapon to just kill. As long as they want to measure it in the ability to take grapey shit, then yeah, they can justify power and their ability to grape. But those of us who stand on true principles of love, you don't have to grape. You don't have to treat the woman that you're with like she's a piece of property or something to be conquered. Sexual conquest is a thing of the past. If a woman loves you, she will freely give of herself more than she ever needs to give. And we just hope that men can become responsible protectors of that love and deserving of the trust when a woman does give herself freely to a man. As smart as W.E.B. Du Bois is and was, his legacy is of swirling, and I can't debate him, so I'll just debate the author. That's all I got, B1 Brother Moses. I done said that a couple of times, but this time I mean it. And so I'm out. Appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Empress Kaya, L Boogie, is so many more. Maurice Delk. That's somebody who we could just talk shit back and forth. I'm that black guy. You like, that one black guy who might talk about race and piss you off, but you still kind of like him, even though every once in a while he says some shit to get on your nerves. Yeah, if you can accept that black person exists, then you can probably accept me, B1 Brother Moses, as I am. Other than that, I ain't really changing much. I'm from the tribe of Long Winds. I'm going to talk about it. Don't make me be about it. The First Amendment right is to protect and preserve the rights of those folks who like to talk about it. But if it has to get to the Second Amendment, then it's gone too far. And they definitely don't even know what the third is. If I asked them what the Third Amendment was, they wouldn't want to talk about it. But it does get real. That's all I got. I'm out.